though. So let's continue here. Let's continue. Let us continue with what we are discussing on this developing situation, on this ever-developing situation. Let us discuss what is going on. So, as you guys know, you know, we did that stream last night, and coming into today, if you notice, like pretty much right away, so like we're about a minute or so in, we don't see anything right away. Yeah, and then as soon as I say something, we see a 1 concurrent. Now again, we want to remind you guys. I want to remind you guys that a lot of what's happening with me is after I say something is automated, is essentially the result of very obviously somebody using all these automated systems in a way they shouldn't, you know, in a malicious manner. And that's how we're going to sort of preface this next part too, okay? And so let's talk about some more specifics of some things that you guys didn't know were happening. Like, basically, I was doing this sort of a little bit behind the scenes, kind of keeping an eye on it, and this is some of the stuff that I can kind of talk about now as we're nearing, you know, figuring out who this person is and stuff like that. So, let's talk about what we've been seeing, and let's also notice that there was a 1 concurrent in here. And the concurrent counter is indicating again that YouTube has halted trending for this stream and is censoring pending what we're going to, and that's not the case. It's not how it works. You get the trending, and then if you say something off color or something the systems detect, then and only then do you get the detrending, not before, not premeditatively, which is what's been happening to me. So that's the preface of this. So for those of you who don't know, for the longest time I've been talking about how we start the stream, we don't get any of these numbers, but after I started talking about that, what we started noticing was almost like fake numbers, almost like somebody put me in some sort of botnet where they can inject like 20 or 30 alts into here instantly into the stream right at the start of the stream, where it's not like a normal set where it's like going up and down, it's normal trending. No, we're talking about the same thing you guys saw with the likes initially, where this person was able to be in the chat, confirm they were in the chat by harassing me, saying nasty things in chat, yada yada yada, confirming they're doing all of this, doxing, stalking, you know, like in the chat right then and there, and then the same time, countless times, you could probably sit there and just like find new ones where this person did that, and they were just able to like the stream, bring it all the way up to like 30-ish likes-ish, you know, around there, sometimes 20, sometimes 25, 22. And conveniently, 22, around 22 concurrence is usually what we see instantly right at the start of the stream. We see that number right at the start of the stream, fluxed into the stream just instantly. We see 15 sometimes. We see a random number. Again, this is what we see. We don't see like a normal trending. We see like this influx where it's a lie, and then all of a sudden it just goes away. Completely to zero, and then the stream just dies. And then we don't see that move. We have examples of that ever happening for entire fucking streams where it's obvious what's happening. And then as soon as I react, as soon as I start like getting irate about it, maybe if I just say something calmly, nothing happens. 1 person, 2 people come in, leave, that's it. If I start getting like loud or something like that, then we see a massive influx, huge quantities of almost like they're coming in and then they're also trending the stream. So the person who's doing this has the ability to open up my stream so that the algorithm actually grabs it or doesn't. And what this is essentially manipulation of the entire platform, where they can pick and choose who is at the top of the live streaming and who isn't. This is why you get all the swipe feed full of scratch off fucking lottery tickets, all the streams of the women in India that I was showing you that were being sexualized and used all over YouTube, and it was just nothing but that. We're seeing that just like constantly. And then I would show you that had nothing to do with my feed. I would show you, I would be completely transparent and show you my entire home page. I would show you my history. I showed you just the other day where we were getting stupid suggestions in the swipe feed again, like there was this happening again, like almost like I forgot or something. And then I started showing you this again, and all I did was immediately start going through my history with you to show you what I was watching, and flat out was watching politics. Flat out was watching politics, like the entire, like the past 2 fucking days I had watched congressional meetings with like military and stuff. Like I was like getting informed for like 2 days straight, and then I started seeing scams all over. Gee, I wonder if that means that people in other countries are masking their IP simply with a VPN, simply by doing that, tricking YouTube systems, getting around stuff, and seeing live streams of certain things they're not supposed to see, that are restricted in their country, yada yada yada. They're finding out the truth, using this as intel, and then manipulating their people and propaganda without that truth. And now that's happening here too. That's what Trump's doing. So if you've been following, this is all about Donald Trump. This is all about manipulating Donald Trump to give the enemy what they want, because that man is fucking stupid and he does not know what the fuck he's doing. Oh yeah, I'm never gonna let him forget that. So anyway, I'm never gonna let him forget that. So anyway, let's talk about some of the things that I started to do a little bit, but wasn't telling you this is what I was doing, and then we can talk about it now. So let's do that. Let's start with this. Oh, by the way, remember how I said this was broken? Remember that? Yeah, between last night and today, it's magically not. Remember I said after last stream about the whole game capture thing and about the whole... And then suddenly after that stream it was broken. I got you caught up on that last stream. Now suddenly, from yesterday to today, it's suddenly not broken. And this thing has been broken for like a week. Yeah. Almost like, almost like Microsoft knows they're fucked. They've been paying attention. They don't know who's doing all of this. And they're trying to play cleanup, like I've been saying all along. Or, the more likely scenario, which I come to realize, is that again, we actually talked about this, but I say again, this person seems to be orchestrating a scam where they would get me and other people to dislike and cancel big companies that are really good at what they do. So originally, this was all a scam to get me to call my internet provider. I knew it wasn't them. All the streamers were telling me to call them, that it was them, that it was... I knew it wasn't. And I knew, based on my tests and my expert knowledge, that I had that information that it was not that. Though I did call. I did contact them and let them know I'm a streamer. They are fully aware that I stream. So, aside from that, this was part of the scam. What you need to realize is that that is a scam. Somebody works at that company. They're trying to figure out who your provider is because they got people everywhere. Somebody works at AT&T, somebody works... They're trying to get T-Mobile. But T-Mobile has, like, a guy, like, wasn't the CEO, like, publicly, like, for, like, LGBTQ and stuff like that. So, like, these companies are harder for them to get into, and this is why this is being downplayed by Trump. This is why this stuff's being canceled by Trump. Not because of legitimacy. No. Because of this, he realizes what's happening. Okay? And this is where you need to really, really focus on this whole scam. Again, they have people stationed at different companies. Yeah, that's what I thought. They have people stationed at different companies. Give me a second here. And, you know, basically they work at AT&T, they work at, you know, whatever your companies are that you go through and stuff like that. They're, like I said, they're having a harder time getting to the other companies because some people are being smarter about that and they're not just, like, switching, you know, or something like that. The point is recognize, deduce a problem and recognize it, and they know most people can't do that. So I know... The problem isn't actually with my... I've done everything to sit here and prove this to you. Even that whole day, I was going back and forth to AT&T. All that happened was I had like literally 3 cops tailgate me. That's all that happened. What the fuck? In unmarked cars. So what I'd call this is I'd call this fake police from other countries pretending and lying to streamers. And did anybody show up at your house pretending to be police? And you didn't confirm it? Because I can spot that shit a fucking mile away. Yeah, just say, get the fuck off my prop. Just get the fuck out of here. I'll spot it a mile away. Meanwhile, most people won't. So, here's the deal. Here's the deal. Let me just... I just wanted to get my eyes on something here. And this is what they want. They want you to have certain things. It's you can't talk about stuff. It's stupid. So anyway, with the different companies, they have a person everywhere, okay? They learn who you go through. They sit here and they watch your streams and they learn who you go through and they try to figure this out. I started picking up on the fact that probably from this guy, was coming in my stream and he was asking really weird questions, saying really weird things. Hello. And so what he was saying was things like, you know, oh, you're more compassionate than I am, you know, with cats. I'm always worried about them messing with my wires and stuff like that. Almost like they're trying to get me to show the camera on my wires. Like, that would just be 101 stupid motherfucking thing to do. Don't do that. In a modern world, don't show people how things are wired for your setup. Secondly, this was a recurring issue where it's very obvious this person said this multiple times where they're trying to figure something out about the wires. How things were wired. Okay? See this stream above my head? Yeah, we're getting there. This stream... totally normal stream. Okay, that we did. However, let me tell you what's been happening that I've been seeing that is cause for alarm with this. There's so many things here to unpack. Okay, so let's unpack it. First of all, below the screen you see 3 lava lamps. Okay? These lava lamps, they're correctly wired. They are. However, if somebody was, oh, I don't know, let's say throttling power enough times, you know, throttling, oscillating power enough times, wouldn't you say that something that emits a heating element, there's 3 of them, and there's a reverberation, right? So you oscillate. What happens to that when you oscillate and there's a reverberation in the heating and stuff like, what happens? So I started noticing one by one the bulbs were just randomly burning out. And I was like, oh, just all at once, huh? All at once, all around this, right after the fucking stream where it's on the... Oh, okay, alright. Okay, bravo, okay. So I started paying attention to these things. So I would do stupid stuff. I would intentionally have something wired, maybe not necessarily like something permanent, but like something like an obscure that this person would try to screw with, and they're trying to get it to happen, maybe on stream so they can confirm, yada yada yada. And so like the whole point was I replaced a bulb, said nothing. Replaced a bulb, said nothing. He got so mad, he was moving the bit rate around all over the fucking place. He was trying to get me to talk about it. It was so super obvious. And meanwhile, all I did was replace a bulb and a lava lamp, and nothing happened. I wasn't acting like nothing else was going on at the time. And this is what happened. So I started picking up on these patterns. I started realizing, holy fucking shit. Okay. Let's back up and let's take this a whole different angle. Let's screw around with this motherfucker that thinks that I don't know what he's doing. Because again, I'm a scientist, motherfucker. I told you this already. So you're not gonna sit here and screw around with my fucking lava lamps without me noticing. Okay? And you can't think about it like that. He's not fucking with the lava lamps. Hackers have found out a way to oscillate power lines to cause shortages, and if they can figure out a scam, if they know exactly where this is happening, they can create attacks. They can use this to create attacks. And the whole point was for you to connect the dots. I posted an article a while ago about how legitimately hackers can oscillate power lines. We know Russia's trying to do this. Well, the intel community probably does that. Whoops. The point is that, yeah, that doesn't really matter that much. We know Russia's trying to attack us. The point is, this shit was super obvious, and I started doing little things like that. So, yeah, one of them already, the piece of information you're waiting for, yes, the one I replaced then after that already has blown out. So a second one blew out again. And so, like, yes, the point is they're doing it until something happens. And the point is, they know that this something is really just wired kind of wrong. It doesn't meet some sort of code or whatever, or something like that. But meanwhile, they're doing that. They know, they've confirmed now that they can fuck with that thing, so they go around doing it to all these other people that have that thing. Does that make sense? And so now they know they can do that, and now they've isolated one target where they can, like, just try it out a bunch of times. So, And remember how much the bitrate was moving around when I started the stream last night. Do you guys remember that? Remember how much this shit was like going like crazy? It's because I was setting up and he was already looking at things. He was like recording, fucking around. It's because he can see what I'm doing. He can see my screen. It's not. Yes, he could sit here and move my mouse around. Yes, he can do that. He has a remote connection. This is why sometimes in games it's caused problems. He's doing it without doing it. If he moved that mouse around and he knows I have the smart ability to sit here and deduce and call it out, and I would absolutely be able to show you beyond a shadow of a doubt if he shifted my mouse. So he's doing it slowly over time with various things. If you remember a while back, I was fighting a boss in Elden Ring. Yeah, and he started glitching the stream, making it look like they couldn't handle it. I had never seen that shit happen. That game is smooth as fuck, smooth as butter. And basically he started causing all these problems where he's trying to make Elden Ring have all these problems. Remember, Elden Ring won't launch on my Xbox Series X, except it will if I disconnect the fucking internet. Why does Elden Ring run on my Xbox when I disconnect the fucking internet? Gee, I wonder if Elden Ring is hacked. Duh! This is the one thing I never told anybody. And I waited, 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 and I waited. I can run that game any fucking time I want if I disconnect the motherfucking internet. From the, yeah. This is the, why? I'll wait. If you have a better solution that sounds different than my Xbox is fucking hacked, I'll give it to you. However, this is all because, remember, Windows was unsafe. Microsoft was unsafe. Remember, he unupdated Windows for a period of time, and I was doing remote play through my PC. Yep. So he's able to sit here and figure out through the remote play and stuff like that, because that works through what technology? What technology? What wireless technology does that work through? When my Xbox is wirelessly communicating with my computer? I'll wait. What do you think? What other things is this person expertly sitting here and causing problems for? What other wireless tech? So, and now, like, it's just through updates. All this person's doing is the next time that game updates, they're adjusting this. So, like basically, it's like, oh, well, now that I know that, next time it doesn't update, I'll just break it entirely. That's why, time and time and time again, I'd come on stream, and he would just be, like a game would just be broken again, or something like way worse than before. No, trust me. You can test it, and you're an expert. You can test hardware, you can test what's happening, you can see what's happening, whether it's software or hardware related, and you know just by looking at certain things, that shouldn't be happening, and you can, so, alright, so, for example, how many of you know that there's mouse driver hacks? How many of you know that? How many of you understand that if you're a streamer and you use a wireless mouse, you can get hacked? How many of you know that? This is the world we live in. No. It's not in the past anymore. This person has been using me and other people like me that were part of these breaches and stuff, where other people were really bad with our information, didn't use it well, and exposed us. And now this person is using me and other people like you to figure out how to do this. And again, the whole point is they want to destroy big brands. They want to destroy the image of any big American brand or any big Korean brand or any big brand that comes from a country with free thinking and democracy. All you have to do is look at everything that's happened and line that up and connect the dots. Hey, what's up? Hey. So, you know, again, I've tried, but there's a good chance that because I emailed somebody or something like that, like, this is why I took certain tones, because I had evidence that after I emailed somebody, maybe they didn't even get it, or maybe, like, somebody gained some sort of extra access because that email went somewhere directly from me to them and they have my device cloned. This is what they're doing. It's through cloning. You guys know that, right? Like, this is what we're talking about. Talk about device cloning and things like that. We're over in, like, Pakistan, where Al-Qaeda's got some network set up. You do realize, like, Bin Laden was a genius, right? Like, the CIA trained him. This is what he did. He had, like, networks of hackers and stuff, and people that were good at technology and communication and IT. It wasn't what you think. Bin Laden was able to do what he did because he was incredibly intelligent. You need to realize that. It's not a compliment. Realize that sometimes intelligence is not a compliment either. Like, neither is calling somebody stupid. It's just a matter of a fact. So recognize when, like, I'm just stating things as a matter of a fact. Like, for instance, I personally think Hitler was pretty fucking stupid. I think that man was dumb as hell, because any man that thinks that you rise to power by forcing people to agree with his opinions and stuff like that, pitting people against each other just to push an agenda, is a stupid person and doesn't realize that in the long run, all you're going to do is cause all your soldiers and your people to resent you because you forced them to agree with you in the first place. They didn't want this. You just forced it on them. And then you cast out anybody else that had good ideas. Like the Jews. They were smart. So he's casting out all the smart people on purpose because he knows that. So, like, this is the point. It's like what Trump is doing. And so, like, that's the point. Like, anybody that thinks that's smart, no, like, that's what I'm saying. Like, that sounds pretty stupid to me. You need to recognize that. That is a dumb way to think. Because you need people. This is the point of everything I've been doing here. Like, I act this way. This is how these pieces of shit act. They're causing this. It pushes people away. You get the picture. Like, that's the point, man. And then the cancel rhythm's real. Like, that's the point. It grabs hold of people. They don't know, unknowingly say these things. They're just being honest. These people put pressure on them to draw it out. And then they get other people, they conveniently trend the stream, get other people to see the stream right then. Conveniently right then. People that have never been in your stream to just show up conveniently right now. And they're real. Oh yeah, they're very real. So here's what I think happened. I think, if you guys know anything about this channel, I started off like really just streaming. I was just playing games. I was uploading martial arts content from my school way back in the day, and I was just playing games, and I had a voice on here, and a lot of my voice was talking about setups, how to do them and optimize them properly, because I know how to do that stuff. So they just started reverse engineering everything I knew and my knowledge and where my expertise was and stuff like that. FPS optimizing so you can get the best, highest FPS. Breaking YouTube so that YouTube has trouble processing higher FPS. Breaking all kinds of driver-related video things. All kinds of stuff causing problems for me, knowing that that would make me specifically look bad, obviously, to my audience, just like they're doing for all these other companies. Where even just the other day I told a guy that was asking me about AT&T, and he said, I don't know, I'm about ready to get a new phone, a new coverage, and he asked me about it, and I was like, I'm gonna be honest with you, man, I think it's the same situation that's happened to you, because it's exactly what you're describing, where he looks at his phone, and the very second he looks at his phone, he sees his full coverage drop like 3 bars. Just for no apparent reason whatsoever. He didn't, like, there's nothing, he barely, you know, he's just, maybe he's driving or something like that, but like not fast, you know, like, who cares, you know, like, you're in a full coverage area, like, this doesn't make any sense. So, the point is, they are weaponizing this, and they are tracking that. And the whole point, my message to that guy was, yeah, like, it is guerrilla warfare, and they do have somebody at the cell phone company, and yeah, like, you could switch, and it would probably be better for a while. You could do that. You could switch, and it would probably be better for a little while. It would last probably about a year until that person just tracked down your data the same way they did the first time. So, yeah, if you want to switch, get a hold of your data. Like, go through the services, get a hold of your data, get that shit cleaned out, then, but like, even then, you're gonna have to wait. It's gonna be a while. Please don't involve other cell phone, please don't do the best you can do to not let that happen. Recognize, because this is what's happening. They're trying to take big companies over by, and they don't know, they're just hiring somebody. And it's, you know, unfortunately, a lot of, you know, that diversity hire thing is big right now, and I don't blame them for having that. Like, that's important to do that too, because, you know, like, that is, you know, people are being that way. You see a lot of Trump people acting that way and not hiring people just because of the color of their skin or something like that. Yeah, I absolutely think that's important to do that. So yes, we do that, but then again, sometimes that happens then out of that too, where, like, yeah, now it's like, well, just because you did that, you know, obviously he's not an American, you know, he came from somewhere, and you know, is he a good guy or a bad guy? And not, most of them are not, but most of them really are not, but every once in a while, just like with police, just like with pen testers, just like with any field, anywhere. And that's all that's happening. We are in a modern world where regular people understand how to shift this all over the place and screw with people just because you all post all your personal information all over Facebook. You have arguments and comments about Trump, and you post wrong things. So because they know how stupid you are with regular basic politics, and you show that, they know how to manipulate you. And again, don't take that as an insult. I'm stupid with stuff too. Politics ain't one of them, though. That's not one of them. And so, like, just recognize what's happening, and recognize, you know, when these scams are very easy for me to see, and I know I've had a hard time sort of organizing it because it's been spread out. So that was always the point. But now, you know, we're condensing it and we're showing it all at once here. And like I said, last night you really saw a lot of the evidence of that, where this person surfaced just to try to discredit me in chat. You know what I'm saying? Like, think about how guilty that person looks. The very set, like, so many times they've done that. Or I'm very clearly calling this scam out, and I say very specific things, and then they have to match that laugh react, or they have to come in chat and they have to say something. Like, you know, like, the whole point is, like, why did they do that then? Why are they watching this long and then they hit it? You get what I'm saying? Like, it's sort of like they know they're doing something. They know. So they're lingering around, making sure what I say isn't too much, making sure like they're just lingering around. Because they're doing shit they shouldn't be doing. That's the point. So, this totally normal stream, let's explain a couple of things that are happening. What I've started to notice is that, you know how I've been commenting, and you guys have probably seen it too, and even maybe YouTube or somebody, maybe even the scammer, is sitting here and having to adjust as I type these because I'm sort of proving it. So I type a comment and I say views halted as of the time of this comment, because that's true. That's true. That's something I can test. That's something anybody else could test, and there's ways you can do it. And that view oftentimes gets either halted or even subtracted. And what I notice is, especially with this stream, this person is going in and disabling, like, all these different things. Somehow they're disabling the live chat replay, as if I turned it off. Now, before, a long time ago, they would break it and gray out the square, so I showed that. And that's an obvious scam. That is an obvious fraudulent scam where, like, that's doing something it shouldn't be doing. And I showed that on the screen a while back, and they never did it again. Eventually, what they did was they broke it so that now they can just turn off the live chat replay on any stream they want. Or just make it not show up for X amount of time after the stream. Even if I sit here, so like I was making it show up again, and then I said on stream how I was doing that. How I was unchecking the box, applying, and then checking the box and applying. So they redundantly did something to make sure that they could break it permanently. So after I said that on stream, I could never fix it again. This is what I started noticing. And this stream, even till modern day, I mean, like, we're talking years ago, I said this shit. This was years ago. This is going way back. And this stream, what, a month, 2 months ago? 6 months ago. That's not that long ago. And right even up until recently, I actually just saw a very recent stream that did it, not even a couple days ago. I think I even just saw, not the one from last night, but yeah, it was a couple days ago. So basically, it's still happening. It's constantly happening. And then what I do is I notice that, remember how I said the views are halted? When I enable the live chat replay and it works, it unhalts the views. So basically, they're going in and they're fucking around with this shit. He's going in there and he's doing something where that screws it up. It flags their system to mistakenly think that there's something wrong with that, or it's flagged under review, no more views counted. That's what he's doing. You remember how I said, traffic lights? Said something about traffic lights. Remember that? Remember how I said I think police are just like hitting them, trying to cause accidents and shit like that? I do think that that's a possibility where this person wants that to happen as an end result. I think that that's all they're doing, like where there's supposed to be a delay or something like that, and now this person has figured out how to break that delay. So when the cop hits the button where it changes the light, Or, you know, I say it's like instant instead of after I've gone through it. He's probably hitting it at a good time. However, it's not giving that delay. And now this person's pissed off. Why the fuck did that happen? Why is that guy always present when it happens? And then meanwhile, this guy is just fucking around with me, doing all this shit, following me around, just like he's doing probably to other people. Why the fuck would he be just doing it to me if he can do all these things? So, again, this is what I've seen, and I've absolutely seen the result of this moving around because of real life circumstances. Things I've said out loud where I have an argument with somebody or something like that. People have arguments. This is a regular thing. Like, you got some sort of problem, you get into an argument. No, people have, this is a normal fucking human thing that happens. People argue, they get over it, they move on. So why is it that every time, like, there's some sort of argument or something like that, it seems like my phone loses signal, or like my phone is doing some sort of thing where it knows that I have that, it can detect that, and it acts a certain way? Why is it that I was picking up on the fact that way back when he started doing this, that was when the emergency calls thing was happening, and I was losing service. So basically what he did was he scammed my device, so it's always connected, so I can't ever turn it off. And that's why the data's through the roof, in case my cell phone company's wondering. That's why, because he endlessly just connects it. I cannot turn it off. It's just always on, even though it's not. And yeah, he masks it, he hides it, like I can't do certain things, but trust me, I can see there's no emergency calls showing up, there's no service thing showing up, it just says AT&T at the top of that screen, and trust me, it shouldn't. I screenshotted for many times that this did it, over and over, where it said emergency calls or no service, and conveniently, all of a sudden, out of nowhere, it just stops doing that, where it's just permanently connected. Gee, I wonder why that is. So, that's not the Wi-Fi. They're using cell phone towers for that. That's got nothing to do with me. Yep. Yeah, now that's the cell phone towers. Okay? That's where that piece of information... So... AT&T was the top... Like, everybody knows that. They were, and then all of a sudden they weren't. All of a sudden it's T-Mobile. And I'm nothing against T-Mobile. T-Mobile's fine. Like, I actually think both companies agree that they don't have any like beef with each other. Yeah, they're competitors, but they don't have any like real beef with each other. You know, Verizon is the one that picks beef. Like, people hate Verizon. Fuck Verizon. Like, this is the point. Like, nobody... So, like, they're not doing it with that. Yeah, they're doing it with AT&T. Because that's everybody knows. They had the most towers. They had the best signal. So they just did it with that. And as soon as they went to 5G, where there's a 5 gigahertz connection, conveniently, how many of you didn't know before I said it that you have a random wireless 5 gigahertz connection running in your house? How many of you didn't know that? And again, this is a connection, often unprotected, that you don't know about, that a hacker can just connect to. And it's literally twice as fast. I mean, it's, you're going from 2.4 to fucking 5 gigahertz. It's twice as fast. It's more than twice as fast. And you have no idea, and this person can just connect to that as long as they know. Yeah. So the point is, that's ridiculous. And I'm pretty sure 5G Plus was the upgrade that was supposed to fix that. Except that's why it's happening. whenever you have 5G plus, remember I'd say that and I'd have the stream would start breaking up. Conveniently, I was on like full bars 5G plus, and the stream starts breaking up. They want to know where every fucking coverage of 5G plus is so they can fuck it up, because 5G plus fixes that issue. That's why. And that's why it's happening. It's literally why, and that's why it's happening. You're welcome. Now, I don't expect people that don't know computers and tech, like, didn't do this forever. Like, I don't expect you guys to figure that out. I've been sitting here getting attacked for freaking ever, so I just got smart and gotten ahead of it. I don't expect everybody else to figure that out, and I certainly don't hold AT&T accountable. I don't hold anybody else accountable to repair people or anything. No. How are you gonna figure that out? All you're gonna do is sit there and test the lines and like you don't know. You don't know that there's 5 gigahertz connections coming out of people's houses fucking everywhere that these motherfuckers are literally piggybacking off of to cause problems for your data. And then they link the two connections and it just goes this goes it's too much. So this is why. Because basically, like, there's like defense AI, there's like all this stuff that they're using AI for now, and it detects something's going on with you. It just does that by mistake. So, like, basically, as they're trying to develop this, the people in charge are so fucking stupid because it's Donald Trump. They don't understand that they need me to tell them because they're this dumb. Yes. I promise, that's all it is. I mean, what's what you voted for? I mean, like, I'm trying to be rude, but it's the truth, man. Like, the guy didn't hire anybody that does those jobs. He hired a bunch of Fox News people and people that are just jackasses. He hired that one guy. What's the guy with the glasses? Guarantee you he hired that guy because he looks like Stephen Colbert. Guarantee it. I guarantee. What is that guy's qualification? Except that he kisses Trump's ass. And he's got goofy Colbert ears. That guy looks like Colbert. That's why he was hired. People like Colbert. He's brainwashing people. There's no qualification that guy has. What the fuck? What? Who is he? Why is Cory Booker sitting here in a congressional meeting calling out pieces of shit that have been lying from the Trump administration, pieces of shit Republicans lying for the Trump administration, actually harassing real people, like doing illegal things? He's calling it out over and over again. They're lying to the committee. And this motherfucker actually gets up there and goes, well, I never did that, I didn't lie, I'm not lying, sir, I didn't lie, This motherfucker just gets up there all cross-eyed, looking fucking stupid as shit. And has the audacity. This is what I'm talking about. Like, we're not talking about people that deserve it. We're talking about people that are low-life pieces of shit, and they're taking advantage of you. And they get up there all cross-eyed like he did, and he goes, I'm not lying. Duh. And he doesn't have any defense. Literally, Cory Booker's just sitting here calling him out over and over. You lied, you lied, you lied. Should we go through all the lies? And then they allow him to respond, and his fucking response is just that I didn't lie. I stated that here. Great, you stated you didn't lie. So wait, you did. Except you stated you didn't, which is what a lie is. Yes. Okay, yes. Jesus. Coffee's cold now. You ever drink cold coffee and it's like, it just makes you cough instead of hot coffee? Anyway, it's so obvious to tell that everybody has this behavior, everybody has this mentality where they're just attacking people that agree with any type of democratic position. That's it. It's that simple. So, like, even big companies, or like, those big American companies doing well, so they attack it. Like, this is the point. They want to be able to crash planes easily, effectively, without putting people on them. That's what they want to do. They disabled... Remember, my airplane mode to, you know, turn on airplane mode. You guys know how I was talking about that? Airplane mode, when you turn that on your phone, like, this was always the point. They always knew I was doing something to block this. And they probably got a little recorded conversation of me talking to somebody about this. But the whole point is that airplane mode is a mode where when you turn it on, it blocks all connections to that device, because the whole point is your device needs to just be standalone while on a plane. That can interfere with things. There's a reason for that. So why are they sitting here also breaking that? If this person was doing this for any other reason except to harm people, they wouldn't be in my chat typing real people's names. They wouldn't have sat here and created an entire channel dedicated to doxing people in their street address and stuff like that. They wouldn't have done those things. Like, that involves all these other people. If it was like a legitimate investigation or something like that, they would literally just come here and talk to me. They would literally just interview people like a normal investigation. Nobody's done that. No, never, not even once. Nobody's done that. So again, this person is just coming in my chat and fucking harassing me. Again, they have been reported to the state. The state police are fully aware of this. They have the report. They are called 3 times the day. That our lawyer specifically said, yeah, harass them basically until they come because they need to. That's serious. He didn't say those words, but yes, call them multiple times is what the lawyer stated, and yeah, you should. I agree with that. Why wouldn't you? The police should fucking respond. And then all around stuff like this, we see the Pennsylvania emergency lines go down and stuff like that, and they make up some excuse. Oh, it's an intermittent problem. No fucking shit. Like, that guy that stood there, acting like, well, we have protocol for this, and we're just gonna follow protocol. That guy's gonna get scammed by this so fucking bad, because again, all he's doing is going through the same motions they always go through, showing this scammer that he can't adapt and evolve. He's old, he can't adapt and evolve, and this scammer can sit here and fucking use that old mentality. Oh, well, the air conditioner just blew up, so I guess this person wasn't wirelessly making the battery draw too much power somehow. We're a bunch of fucking retards that don't know how anything works and don't recognize melted fucking battery terminals on power lines when we see it. Yeah, we're a bunch of fucking retards that think things just blow up, and we don't recognize melted powder. So don't worry, I'm having that investigated. Don't worry. Yeah. Because again, police are fucking stupid. So, oh, by the way, that wasn't the state police. I think the state police are fully aware that's fucking weird, and that should have been investigated. I'm pretty sure the state police aren't that stupid. Secondly, this is the problem. Local authorities are fucking dumb, and they're being manipulated by these people. I guarantee you that local police department has this guy harassing him. He can see and hear everything on his phone. He has the same situation happening to him. Remember, I am an expert. I've gone to great lengths to prove that. I have told you about PENTESTERS on other channels, and I sort of kind of got like shut the fuck up about it. I've told you that experts get caught too. This happens. They're pissed at me because I say that, and that puts them further under. That's why. The whole fucking point is this entire dumbass community where I live is full of a bunch of Amish stupid fucking Mennonite. The Amish are smart, but they don't know anything about technology. Mennonites are fucking criminals. They think like that. They actually think like that. They have a lot of mental problems. And those fucking people will easily be manipulated. And their police, their firemen, their first responders, all these people are fucking stupid. They're the same people that think you're gonna go to hell because you say fuck. Oh, he's gonna go to hell just because you said the word fuck. Do you really think that the guy in the sky that created all this, the cosmos, the Fibonacci sequence, all this shit, gives a flying fuck that I say the F word? No. No. No, but he sure does care that so fucking many people feel the need to attack others because they're offended by it. Fuck you. Laugh at it. Why do you think Zakk Wylde stands in a concert doing this when people flick him off? Because he doesn't care. He just flicks him off back. And it's fun. Yeah, fuck you too. And then you just headbang. Who cares? The point is, this community does. Everywhere else, nobody cares. People are harassing me and having a problem suddenly because I'm a streamer that swears and says fuck and shit. And yeah, nobody else gives a shit, and everybody else is also wondering how. Yeah, it's Pennsylvania. It's actually Lancaster, more specifically. And this is the problem. The problem is I get harassed by motherfuckers in Lancaster because Lancaster is Christian. So again, the Christian mindset causes people to be brainwashed. You're brainwashed by all these people doing this. They know it. They know because you go to church, you're going to believe it's God intervening. Because you're fucking stupid. You don't read your Bible enough to know God doesn't do that. So somebody's fucking with you. There's a reason God doesn't do that. So that way, you can determine if man is fucking with you. Dumbasses! Dumbasses! God doesn't interfere with free will because then you wouldn't be able to determine if man was doing it. It'd be like, well, is it you or is it us? We don't, That's why! He is infallible! Stop being dumb! Read your Bible! Christ! Read your Bible. And no, Jesus Christ would not fucking actually care. That mattered at the time because the whole point was he had to pretend he was the son of God, yada yada. No, the whole point is we all are. We are all that precious. All of us. Fuck is the matter with you guys? Meanwhile, he was a hero and they stole his body to continue proving this ridiculous fucking fantasy where people need something so they don't kill each other and have wars. It's the same thing as now. We're starting to realize it's a lot of fucking bullshit. All the truth is coming out. It disproves a lot of things in the Bible, but certainly not the beginnings, because, again, who the fuck knows when that was? Meanwhile, it proves some other things, maybe, too. It proves some other things did happen. And meanwhile, you have all this ridiculousness about people being so confined to a religion that they are obsessed with it. They are obsessed with harming others, with harming people's lives and forcing it down their throats and stuff like that, and it affects the way they think. They are not decision makers. They can't make a decision without first consulting this thing that's lying to them. So, like the whole point is you're not supposed to be divided, yet we have denominations and churches that think differently on how to do these things. Well, that's a problem. Yeah, that is a real fucking problem. Because you shouldn't think differently. That Bible clearly has a clear message that you're changing as you go along. And suddenly you start realizing all these different versions of it exist, and people are just fucking lying. Anyway. You know, I've been following this for a while. Obviously, it's been following me around. And, let's just get into something else here. Now, this is condemning to the government because the government knows this. Just so that you guys know, I want you guys to fully understand, part of why I say this is because some of this stuff leaks out because of Donald's stupid piece of fucking shit dickhead Trump. So that dumbass motherfucker sat here and leaked so much information, and partially why we know a lot of stuff is because he leaked it before it was actually declassified. So stuff's just being blurted out that's just top secret and shit like that, and because he says it, it's declassified because he's the president. So it's just automatic, it just happens. And so basically, like, he was blurting these things out and stuff like that. You start looking things up and you start finding out there's other things too once you follow that trail. And one of those other things is that the federal government is fully aware. They have enough information about these extraterrestrials they've been communicating with and we're actually working with to know that the Bible is completely fucking bullshit. It's all made up, except the part about there being an original creator, and that, again, we were created. There is somebody, but we aren't ready for that. And they're barely ready. Even the people we're working, they're barely ready for it. Yeah. So this is what you have to realize, and we're talking about interdimensional beings, and he blurted this out. And that's how I know it's all over the place. It's not just me that knows it, and they're trying to shut people up because it disproves the Bible. And I'm being harassed. All you gotta do is literally look up a congressional meeting where it's just a literal live footage of several military personnel sitting in front of Republicans and Democrats giving eyewitness testimonies for hours on end. A guy wrote a book about this, and it got literally vetted by the Pentagon for an entire year to make sure everything in there was allowed to be released. All you have to do is look up the PDF. I shared it in chat the one night. Of all the vessels, the UFOs that they've had since the fucking 50s It's literally a PDF that shows you. It's from a government website. It literally fucking shows you. And you're like, oh my god, it's right here. Like, you just literally look through all of it. There's like all this blacked out shit. There's still plenty of shit they don't want you to know. And Trump keeps changing his mind. He keeps saying, oh, maybe they should, maybe they shouldn't. Yeah. I think he's changing his mind because he realizes this would change his base. He's not that Christian. And I'll be honest with you, if the base that are Christians suddenly realize aliens exist, a lot of people won't be Christian anymore. I think that's stupid. Stop calling it. The whole point was that calling it Christianity in the first place was kind of weird. Because again, that was a guy heroically sacrificing himself for you to get the point of God, not to worship him. He died for our sins? Not really. What does that mean? What it actually means is he died so that way you guys would stop hurting each other and see, oh my god, we all killed the greatest beacon, the greatest hero, the greatest, he was just somebody pressing laughter and warmth and togetherness. Meanwhile, everybody's for killing and hurting each other and we don't know what happens when he dies, so, oh well, let's just do whatever we want. No. And that was the whole point. He was literally recognizing that that's how people are. They resort to this. And it's like a thing in their brain where he didn't understand it as anxiety at the time. But now we do. So we don't need the fucking Bible anymore. We just need to, well, alright, we need the Bible. But we don't need the concept of a lie, of a goddamn Santa Claus for our religion. We don't need that. And that's how God would look at that. That's exactly how he'd look at that. You're creating a Santa Claus out of a human being. Christ was able to do what he was able to do because he was really smart. He used magician things. He turned water into wine through sleight of hand. He had people following around to help him do it. Remember, wasn't he standing in front of a lake? So, like, again, this guy's genius. He can use reflections and stuff like that. Like, people just don't know what they're talking about. At the time, who knows how that went down? And so, like, this is the point. Like, stories get changed. This was thousands of years ago. He's just a man. But, yeah. He did. He did die for that cause because the whole point was to get people to realize that everybody was just harming each other, killing each other, anarchy, until somebody that was so good and always gave had to sacrifice himself before people realized, okay, that guy didn't deserve it. Okay, now I get it. Nobody deserves it. And then that's the point. They start actually second guessing and thinking about it. Oh, I get it. Nobody deserves to die. It's just that you try to do what you can for as long as you can, lift each other up, and maybe you'll get over this whole death thing one day. But the whole point is, he's really supposed to die. We're all just missing the point of life. And some of these extraterrestrials that are like alive and stuff, we have proof they exist for like millenniums, like thousands of years and stuff like that. Meanwhile, we can't even live to 100. So the whole point is that they understood evolution and not killing each other, and we don't. We just do this, repeat the same mistake, 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 repeat the same mistake. History repeats itself. And Donald Trump's Hitler. And now this looks like Nazi Germany all over again. So if this happens, what all that's going to happen is Donald Trump's going to cause an alien incursion, I think, actually. I'll be honest with you, that's exactly what I think is going to happen. And I think certain other people have been acknowledging this too. Why do you think they made that Was it War of Tomorrow? Isn't that what it's called, with Chris Pratt? Good movie. Great movie. Extremely good. It's a lot closer probably than you think, except we can't time travel. Sorry. We haven't the slightest clue. So we can't do that. Yeah, that'd be nice, right? Like, if there's a chance, let's get Chris Pratt to... No, sorry, we can't do that. Unfortunately, that was just a movie. Great movie, though. So, I saw a movie recently that was very realistic, unfortunately. Now, one thing I will say is that I would have handled the situation different. Because I have training differently than other people. But I will say that I think it was handled in such a way that was realistic to the people playing the roles. I think it was absolutely great. I want to give some information on it because I think it's really good. Okay. I just clicked out of my bot, sorry. That was my fault. Okay. It is a movie called, it's on Netflix, and it's a movie called, highly rated. Even Rotten Tomatoes has it at 88%. It's a movie called Carry On. It's got Jason Bateman, Taron Egerton. Taron Egerton's the lead star. That guy is phenomenal. I should have said him first. I'm sorry. Taron Egerton, whew, absolutely outstanding. Sophia Carson, she's great. Oh, Dean Norris was in this too. The guy that played Hank on Breaking Bad. You know, the guy that played Hank. He was in this too. So basically, Carry On was a movie about... go watch it. Highly recommend it. Jason Bateman is the bad guy. Yeah, and don't worry, I didn't ruin anything because he's the bad guy right at the start. Like, you just kind of know that. It's really, really good. So, Taron Egerton plays this guy that works at an airport. He works for the TVA. And he's in a relationship with this lady, and I guess they're pretty close to marriage, right? Isn't that the point in the movie? I think that's the idea. And I don't know, because they did that right. Like, it was paced right. It wasn't cringe relationship. It was good. I actually really liked it. I liked their like they were like a team, you know. It was so cool. And anyway, you know, Jason Bateman was running a scam at the airport. Now, I'm not going to ruin the movie. Go see the movie, okay? But the whole point was that Jason Bateman was running a scam at the airport where he used Taron Egerton's character remotely. He had him put an earpiece in, and people do this. You ever see somebody get scammed? I'm sure like some scam baiters out there have seen this, where somebody's wearing like a Bluetooth thing in their ear, and then you might see it briefly, but then they really quick try to hide it and realize they turned their head wrong. They're being controlled. Somebody's making them do something, and so like, what you have to realize is that this is a real possible scenario where the FBI might be putting pressure on people, or there might be people posing as FBI doing this. Anyway, in the airport, this is how he did it. Like, it was supposed to be a different guy at his post, basically. So like it didn't quite go as planned, and so like that escalates things a little bit, and that's where it takes off. But the whole point of the movie is that Jason Bateman's character is there to do a scam, and in his mind he's gonna make sure, you know, there's as little casualties as possible. You know, like it's very obvious he's a really bad guy, and he's justified this in his mind that somebody else will do it if he doesn't. So I think that that's a really realistic take on how these people look at these situations. Like, well, somebody's gonna kill a bunch of people if we don't, so we should just. What? Really? And you rationalize, yeah, you know what? That is how they think, isn't it? That is exactly how they think. So, I liked that, and I liked... Jason Bateman is such a good actor. He can be a funny dude. He was great in Ozark. He can be a funny dude, he can be a serious actor. Go watch the movie, seriously, really good movie. This is happening, they're trying to do this. And partially what I'd like to put out there is that they're trying to convince Americans. This is a real big... This is the roundabout, and now you realize, now you're going to connect the dots, okay? Through all of this, they're trying to convince Americans that it's movies, music, media that is causing this, because they want you to cancel that. Because people like realistic stories and they like theorized things where other people creatively, arguably theorized a real danger that could possibly happen, instead of the airline taking measures and people recognizing that and being like, great movie, let's do something about that, what happens is bad guys do something about it. And so again, I did see an influx in here of a second concurrent, but we didn't, it boosted out as soon as I hit. Basically, they're trying to get Trump or other people like him to think that's what's doing it, because they're basic. They don't actually understand. That's all an undermined scheme to get people to blame the media. It's not their fault. It's just somebody making content just like I do, doing their own thing, have every right to do their own thing, and again, they're making those movies. They're making those movies the best way that they can, because this is what people are asking for. They want these realistic stories, and they want these things, and they have every right to do it. And so the point is, yes, reverse engineering, yes, theorizing, using other people's ideas, but it doesn't mean that you then blame that person. The good guys should be doing that too. What's the FBI doing? That's what they used to do. I remember reading books about FBI like a long time ago. Like, this guy published this book. He literally wrote an entire book about how he launched an investigation based on the fact that he saw, what was it? I think it was Silence of the Lambs, right? It was some horror movie or something like that, where basically they are able to catch this ring of disgusting people that were doing some terrible things, because the movie I don't know that it was Silence of the Lambs, but the movie arguably theorized, and they hadn't figured it out yet. Like, they just didn't know how it worked, and somebody else that was sort of kind of close to it understood it. Like, they just saw it happen in their community, yada yada, they connected the dots, so they made a movie out of it. And the FBI's like, oh, okay. So, like, that, like, this is the point, like, this is what the good guys always did before. Why are they just harassing people now? Because the point is, they don't know what to do. They harass people to figure out what to do, and then they just blame it on those people because, again, Trump hires these morons. They're not actually doing their jobs. Kash Patel was caught lying. He was caught. Why is the director of the FBI lying? Why would he ever lie? For any reason. Ever. About anything. The Federal Bureau of Investigation and the director of the FBI is fucking lying. And on drugs. Why does he not take his glasses off? Just out of curiosity. Why is every single meeting that he has where he's on camera, why is he wearing glasses? Just out of curiosity. Oh, right, because he needs to read. Right. And normal people that wear reading glasses, they don't take them off right as they're done reading so they can look around the room properly. You know, reading glasses don't help you see, right? They're for reading. You know, I conduct better investigations looking at people than the FBI does in like, months. So again, like, he gets a picture taken where he very clearly can't hold his eyes open because he's so fucked up. And then he calls it FBI eyes. Everybody sees it. Everybody's like, the fuck is this? And he just calls it FBI eyes. It's not FBI eyes. Meanwhile, starts wearing glasses, covered up, yada yada yada. You know, the reason all this is happening is so that rich people can continue doing illegal things and lying about it. You know that, right? The Democrats are putting a stop to it. They were... And meanwhile, single-handedly, all these rich people that own all these companies, single-handedly, are suddenly changing their viewpoints and getting behind what the merch man upstairs is doing. All of a sudden. Fascinating stuff. So, we've come to another thing that I'm going to talk about. And I'm going to be as vague as possible for you guys. So, let me tell you about a company, how I worked for a company. I'm not going to talk about that company at all. I thought that company did all right. I mean, everybody has their ups and downs. It is what it is. I have no qualms with that company. You know, I mean, there's always going to be layoffs. There's always going to be things that happen. I have nothing against that company. However, I do think that they know they did what they did. And I'm going to tell you what they did. And I'm not going to tell you that company, but I'm going to tell you who they sold a facility to. And it's Sadia Group. I worked for a company that sold a facility, the entire facility, all the computers, everything. I worked at for 5 fucking years, and they just gave it to them. And Sadia Group is a scam company. When you look them up, you find out that they're a scam company with massive reports of fraud, 1-star review. They don't pay their people. They literally sit here and scam people. Delayed unpaid salaries, unethical and unprofessional conduct by management, job scam, fraud company. You literally see it all over here. And conveniently, after we were all laid off, from this organization. They opened a new facility like 2.5 hours away. Literally like 30% of the workforce that was there transferred to that company. They continued working at this new facility that was a fucking scam. And I tried to warn those people. I tried to tell them, I don't like that name, and I don't like the look of this company coming in here. Why are they calling it that? And like, I get it. It sounds a certain way. But you gotta question these things. You have to. You know, I'm questioning the company, I'm questioning the people. Why? And so, like, that flat out, and I thought it was so stupid that they gave him all the computers that would have everybody's data that was logged in before. Meanwhile, so many employees switched from that previous company and just started working for them. Submitted applications, they got everybody's info. And it's the same company. They own this other Lord and Taylor. It's that company, Saudi group, fraud company. Don't risk your career with them. They will hire you with fake information and fake promise, fire you any day without any reason. Very unsafe work practices. That's what it literally says right here. That's on Glassdoor. That's being reported. And this is who took over my previous location. Again, it's not that company's fault. They moved 2.5 hours away. They sold the facility to Saudi Group. And again, they just left all the computers there. Like, they don't know what they're doing. This is why I tried to connect that dot for you, where the IT guys there were fucking morons. They should have never done that. Yeah, the whole time I was there, those guys were idiots. I kept trying to tell them they needed to have me do it or something like that, or hire, but they don't care. They didn't listen. So I mean, like, that's the point. Like, you have qualms and you have things that happen. You have to move on from it. I moved on from that, but unfortunately, this was a result of that now, where they made a poor decision that is now affecting people. And yeah, like, had an IT guy been more educated on this stuff, he wouldn't have made that decision. He would have said, are you kidding? You're going to have a lawsuit in like 5-10 years. Somebody's information is going to be on, like, all these people are linked to those, they were logging into them every day, and you're going to have a lawsuit in a few years. Any IT guy that would have worked for that company would have realized that and would have said that. Yep, any IT guy would have realized that and said that. Why is it that right after I say this, we see a like come off the stream, and that like has been there for an hour? I find that interesting. So add that up. We all know who sits here and removes likes. So after an hour, that like being sitting there, why is that person feel threatened so much to remove that like? Why have they been following me around? Do you know how many people that worked at this company logged into Facebook on those computers and weren't supposed to? Everybody. Yeah, everybody. Everybody was logged into Facebook and they weren't supposed to be. Everybody. They didn't do anything about it. And their IT was shit. I would go in the next day and log into a computer, and somebody's Facebook was already logged in. Yet I'm on a different login. Now, again, what you have to realize is a bad managed company is a bad managed company. So while I say the IT is shit, I don't know that. All I know is that this looks like it falls on IT, but what you need to recognize is a bad managed company, that could have been management that said, it doesn't matter. They're giving us money for it. We want the money. So maybe the IT guy recommended you don't want to do that. And they decided to do it anyway. Why is my bitrate all of a sudden shifting around? Let me also tell you about how this same company, the entire time I was there, while everybody was on Windows 10, was running fucking Windows 7 for an entire year. And everybody was on Facebooks, on their computers, and Windows 7 was outdated, unprotected. Everybody's on Facebook, and they're not supposed to be. All these people, you're returning their stuff, their data's connected to that. Yeah, this company was violating people's privacy on a daily fucking basis. But they didn't know it, because again, their IT guy was a moron. And so were the management. And I tried to tell them so many fucking things. You know how many times I was at this company and I worked at a computer for a second and I fixed something for somebody? I counted multiple times, and people would start coming to me, and instead of going to the, yeah, because there were so many problems. And then I started remembering that there was like a supervisor that used to have to go around and fix things too, because again, nobody could fix anything. Nobody knew how to do anything. Everybody was stupid with IT. And again, this was stuff with just like Microsoft Office, where people there couldn't even figure out Microsoft Office. Are you kidding me? Yeah, everybody there is compromised. Yeah, I fully believe that, yes. And then again, the point is, it's not that company's fault. Again, I haven't mentioned that company. I haven't talked about them. It's not their fault. It was just a gross misconduct where management at a top level were idiots. They don't want to hire smart people because they don't want the smart people to take their jobs. Yep, that's it. I kept literally calling out this manager left and right, telling her like so many different things that were wrong about what she was doing, stupid about this or that, or, you know, not saying it that way, but obviously, like, you know, that's what it was. And do you think this person took any of those suggestions, or do you think this person tried to make it seem like those suggestions were extraneous and they didn't care? All while ignoring safety precautions. There was regular things that people were doing unsafe as they were ramping down and stuff like that. They just didn't care. Meanwhile, I was raising red flags. I was saying, you're all working unsafe. Something's going to happen. Meanwhile, they don't care. They just don't want to hear about it. They would have people lined up in the hallway in the middle of COVID, just crammed in a confined hallway, breaking COVID policies put in place by that area. And again, it's not the company. It's their inability to manage properly. Those managers didn't do anything. The supervisors did everything. The managers would like just disappear. I would almost never see them. Yeah. So a mismanaged, terrible company. And then again, how many times have I called this out where I noticed that I'm being harassed by somebody and I've called out a manager for something they truly did wrong? And I'm being harassed. Okay? So again, all of this is supposed to remind you that they're just figuring out who you are. You're the manager. You know who I am. You think it's you. You talk about it. The AI picks up on you talking about it, follows those trackers. It now knows who you are. And this scammer knows who you are and connects the dots and starts fucking with you. Maybe making you see my streams, things like that. was supposed to be the point, was that you were supposed to not buy into that, not watch it, not listen, and recognize the fact that conveniently it was popping up right then. All around these things happening, I saw a supervisor that I worked with at that facility show up on my People You May Know on Facebook. I had never seen him before. He didn't add me or anything like that. Yet, all conveniently around talking about that, and I didn't ever mention the company. I just mentioned that this particular thing before, and sort of around what was happening. And meanwhile, I saw a supervisor show up on my People You May Know from that company, conveniently right after mentioning all that on stream. So, one would theorize that supervisor was watching my stream. That person found out about it, connected the dots, was waiting for me to scroll through Facebook. This is how they're doing it. Remember, this person has my devices cloned. They're trying to learn information. They're trying to scam people. Maybe they'll, like, convince people they're me or somebody related to me or something like that. That I am convinced has already happened. And this is what they do. Like scammers do this all the time. Like, just not even months, like a few months back, I think it was a few months back, was it Scammer Payback, I think, reported that somebody was scammed using Brad Pitt. Brad Pitt. So, again, somebody wasn't, like, I'm not trying to be rude, but smart enough to know who Brad Pitt is and recognize him. Like, yeah, that's unfortunate. And it's not to be rude or mean to that person. They just, they weren't smart enough to know who Brad Pitt was and recognize him. That's somebody you need to protect, that person, because they're not smart enough to recognize a very noticeable, recognizable celebrity. Yeah, that's somebody you need to protect. You need to protect that person, yes, absolutely. And however many other people that scam works on. Yes, absolutely. That's the point. So the point is that they can use anybody, and you'll just be fooled. It can be a phone call, it could be a text. They'll just convince you that they're this person, and you'll give them one small piece of information. Oh, okay, thanks. And then now they have it. Yep. Just give them a little piece of information. Maybe they'll contact you asking for this or that. Claiming to be me or somebody else. That's what they're trying to do. And then they get that info, and now they have what they need. I mean, jeez. And that's how it's happening. It's that easy. Unfortunately. So let's go through this again. I'm not putting that on that previous company. That's a mistake. We all make mistakes. It was a mismanagement mistake for sure, but we all make mistakes. I'm not sitting here. If I was bad-mouthing the company, I'd tell you who it was. I'm not going to do that. It's not the point. I don't want to do that. Why would I do that? This is the same reason I'm not sitting here bad-mouthing AT&T. Yeah, like, that's the point. It's not their fault. You get what I'm saying? They're being used. Just like this other company was used. The managers are probably manipulated. This is probably a very deep, long-running scam. That did say 5 until I tried to refresh it. I said 4. This is a very deep, long-running scam. And I have no doubt that people were manipulated and people were believed. Just people that like Trump and watch reality TV and think everything's, you know, funny when you're laughing at somebody, they're very easy to manipulate. All they got to do is show you a meme that makes Democrats look like, in your opinion, libtards that are woke, and you think that's so funny, you will believe anything Trump says and anything anybody says now from now on that comes from that type of source. You will just believe it. That's called brainwashing. It's called cult following, too. And now, you just implicitly believe everything he says, you back him, and this is how they're manipulating you. And this has been going on a long time, through memes, through all kinds of stuff. So anyway, let's talk about how they sold to a partner that has been scamming people and causing problems, probably for their name now too, where again they sold them this facility, and then just last night, again, this person came in my chat. I thought it was interesting that they seemed to mention that I got laid off. Why did they mention that? I didn't mention anything about that, yet they felt the need to mention that in chat last night. Is this all because you got laid off? Is all what? What do you mean, is this all? You mean the person that's stalking me and shifting my goddamn bitrate around so I can't stream? No, I am trying to stream. A faggot is on here harassing and doxing and stalking my family, making death threats. He literally blew up my mom's car, and he's shifting my bitrate around so fucking aggressively that I can't fucking stream and reasonably have trending where YouTube could justify paying out. He is fucking that up on purpose. I had traffic. I was proving it. I had thousands of views. I was gaining more all the time. And then all of a sudden, brick wall, halted, and I'm proving it. So, is this all because you got laid off? Yeah, again, that's that stalker saying that. So why did he pick that piece of information? And we all know, again, that all I was doing initially was on here to just stream. I was streaming video games. I had a voice. Yeah, I would do some real life streams, have a vlog once in a while. So that's when a lot of that started, when he realized I was going to do real life stuff once in a while. He was going to sit here and he was going to try to fucking poke and prod and learn information. And I didn't give enough away. So he went to Facebook and he started finding out, oh, okay, well, he found out, I guess, that somebody in my family was also a YouTuber, and yada, yada, yada. He connected the dots and used him. So because that guy is not very smart with this stuff, and he constantly just talks to everybody, he just started blurting shit out, and he exaggerates, too. Like, he just makes shit up. He'll just go on a complete fucking lie. He'll make up an entire story. I've heard him do it. And it sounds legit, but it's like totally fucking fabricated, made up out of thin air. Just like the day, like I told you guys about, where he was sitting here and he was convinced he could smell something, even though I kept telling. It's just like, again, what he uses against somebody else in my family, because he knows that my certain family members are a little stupid with this one thing, where they just can't accept the new information. They literally, like, you're telling them what it is, and they just, even though you're giving them the fucking, so like, again, I kept telling them I had just used sanitizer wipes, and like, I think it was like a spray or something too that I was using, or something like that. I was cleaning my recycling bin. I don't have that in here anymore, because yeah, that thing was a bit smelly, so I just put it in a different room. And like, the point was, I was cleaning it with that stuff, and that's what he was just convinced, like, he was like, it's some sort of ammonia or so. And then, like, I literally said, yes, I was using disinfectant wipes, which has ammonia. It literally says it right on the fucking back. And he's like, well, no, I just think, and he's like, look. So again, this dumb faggot that's harassing me, he was listening and he heard all that and he was trying to figure out, okay, how can I use this where this person is literally just being a douchebag to his brother. And literally just being a douchebag. Literally not accepting the fact of the matter of what he's telling him. And it's kind of like annoying to him because, again, who wouldn't find it annoying that somebody isn't accepting what you're telling them, that you just, yeah, like you're an asshole if you do things like that. Like, you're the bully. You trigger things, you do things for attention. So, like, that's the point. He recognized that, like, that's not normal behavior. People just be like, oh, yeah, okay, that makes sense. Yeah, like, it smells like that, and you use that, you clearly have that in your hand. I can smell that, and it smells exactly the same. You know, maybe a little mix with some smelly can smell a little bit that you're trying to get rid of. Okay, I can rationalize that. But no, again, he recognized this person cannot. This person is devoid of logic for some reason. So he used that. That's it. And he started learning who else was devoid of the logic too. And used that. And explicitly stayed away from the more logical ones. All he was doing was using the other people, and then, like, again, trending the stream, getting them to see it conveniently as I'm yelling about something or something like that, and you were supposed to notice that. But again, that's the whole point. All they were doing was using it to talk about me. See? And he was just doing that with that. So again, that's all these fucking assholes are doing. They're literally just talking about people. That's it. They're just talking about people. They're not saying anything that's true. It's just rumors, and they're just talking about it. And meanwhile, instead of it just being that, now a scammer goes around and uses these things because they learned them from private conversation because they're listening through your devices. And I've gone to great lengths to prove that all that is why. Like, again, how many times did you randomly see my stream out of fucking nowhere and I'm just on here blurting out swear words, yelling about this or that? Come on, you know it. And that bothers the shit out of you, so why would you see that? Yet the stream trended for you right then. Yeah. For the same exact reason that I keep saying don't show this content to me, I tell YouTube not to show it to me, so then it's supposed to flag their system to not show it, except that the guy that's supposed to do something to that with that and know that flags their system is the guy doing this, because again, that's the fucking thing he's doing. He's getting it to flag their system so that way he can do something with that. He can use that to manipulate people. So again, I will tell you that this is the person that works for YouTube that is supposed to sit here and do something about this, because they're fucking doing nothing. They are doing nothing. If there's supposed to be a person that actually reviews that, they're doing nothing. Or what? And so, like, that's the point. Like, you need to rationalize when they're not doing nothing. This person's spending all their time just harassing people instead of doing anything about it. So, meanwhile, you have real companies like this that are scam companies buying out warehouses that existed for other companies and stuff like that. So I just saw evidence of them sitting here trying to scam this concurrent meter. I saw evidence of them sitting in here just now, just as they have been doing, where they're trying to make it say a different number. It even looked like a different font. Yeah, I saw that just now. So they're trying to just get it to say whatever they want. And this is what they've always kind of been doing. They've just been lying about the numbers. I literally just watched that happen where, again, there was two people in here and they were trying to get it to say 0, but it wasn't even the right font. Yeah, like I refreshed, it wasn't even the right font. So they're trying to break that. You know how I said like YouTube needs redundant cache resets and stuff? They clearly broke the cache reset. They clearly are breaking cache resets so that way it floods things with cookies and data, and then they can learn where that goes. And we have seen evidence of them breaking refreshes before, where again it would fix something, so they have to break that thing. So again, like, a really common thing that's happened here is that in real time, we've had a lot of things break in real time. And there is no ifs, ands, or buts about that happening. That's not, you know, like we can recognize that flat out, that sounds exactly like the scam I'm describing, where we have people constantly using these big things that other people count on, rely on, big companies, big software, whatever, and trying to destroy it. So I came on here showing you how good the Series X was. The Series X was always a powerful console. Yes, it is more powerful than a PS5. It flat out is. I proved that. It is. I proved that. And I was going to great lengths to say, like, man, this console, like, it runs games really fucking smooth. All these people were having problems. And I said, well, that's your cookies and your trackers probably. Like, you're probably getting hacked. People can hack a console these days. And no lie, as soon as I said that to that streamer, like, it was, like, obvious that that person caused those problems for me. Like, they either intentionally or unintentionally got fucking, like, hacked and shit like that by these people, and through that, they were able to get to me. And this guy had all these problems with his console and shit, too. And he was like making videos saying this and that, comparing shit. Meanwhile, he's looking pretty dumb, because most people, that's not the case. Like, that's the point. Like, it's you not recognizing somebody is literally creating that scam, and you're just making content on this. But again, it's not really the case. What somebody's doing is making it act that way based on the content you're making, so they can further cancel this and make it worse and make it worse. And so you're just propping them up. Oh, this is bad. Well, I guess this is the new thing that's getting canceled. You don't recognize they're doing it. I can see that pattern a mile away. You can't. It's so obvious. Things don't just, like, crumble and break all around you. It's somebody else, somebody doing that. That's just not, no. Especially when you have an expert telling you and agreeing, yeah, the Series X is fine. Doesn't have any problems. I never had a single problem with that, not even with the disc tray. Remember, this streamer was trying to press those issues. Oh, well, is it a problem with the disc tray? And like almost like there's problems with the disc trays, with people having problems with those. So, like, basically, it was very obvious that this person was orchestrating those scams and doing that all around this streamer. The streamer was saying it to me, and he was trying to get it to happen to me. And, yeah, he was going to sit there and make content off that and get content and views off helping facilitate canceling. So that way, he could make money off of it, and this guy could continue doing it. So the guy could just continue doing it. And that was the scam they were running. But, you know, they weren't going to say that. It was just super obvious, though. But regardless, that's totally separate from some of these other things that are actually going on, too. And like I said, this group that they sold that facility to, flat out, that is a link. Like, that is a data link where you sold the entire company. Those things remained behind, and they had that facility and that data and stuff like that. And again, They are a fraudulent company that they sold that facility to, where you had employees working there, whereas a huge percentage of employees, it might have even been more than 30%. It might have even been about half. It might have been about half of the employees that remained at when the company shut down that started working at that facility just because it was convenient. So you have to recognize when other countries are attacking Americans' convenience, they're just trying to harass us, inconvenience us beyond an inconvenience. Recognize this. Start recognizing it. I have, none of you are. And so therefore it continues for those of us who do. There is another streamer that I've talked about on here that is being harassed in a very, very similar way that I am. I have talked about him before. You guys know I have talked about him before. I've tried to kind of stay away from him a little bit because I don't know what the correlation is, but yeah, like there's another streamer. I'm trying to find the specific stream. If I can find it. Where is this? I'll see if I can find the stream. I'm trying. I don't know that I'm gonna find it, to be honest with you. I can't find the stream for some reason. And I think YouTube does this sometimes too, where they don't want you to find certain things that you know would... You get what I'm saying? Like, you know, they try to hide things from you that you've found before on there, and so like... I remember like so many times where I made a graphic for something and it was very clear that the person doing this scam and orchestrating the scam, doing all this, was flagging YouTube's system to think that the graphic was like copyrighted or something. So they were literally just lying and stuff like that. Meanwhile, like, generally speaking, for the most part, if I use a graphic, I made it from scratch. Like, I'm not gonna sit here and use somebody else's shit. And so, like, this is the point, is like, you see all around me getting harassed and stuff like that, other streamers pop up where they do like complete polar opposite, but it's the same thing as me. Like, all right, why is it that like Ulrich the Firelord, for example, that's another streamer where like this guy conveniently starts streaming after I've been a streamer. He starts conveniently streaming all these things that are games that I play, where he plays them conveniently after I've played them. Like almost so many times that he did that, where I was playing a game and then after I played it, he also streamed it, then proceeded to like this is the point. Like, it was very obvious that this guy started after me. He had a very similar setup to me, even like lights and stuff like that, similar messages, similar thing, the way he would talk to people and hold himself and stuff was conveniently exactly how I got started, conveniently my tone, conveniently the way I do things and stuff like that. Even so much as to put, again, that same picture of himself on every thumbnail and stuff like that to brand and stuff. The things I was saying early on to tell people and stuff like that to help people out. And then conveniently this guy starts after me. And he starts doing exactly the things I was doing, where he reviews a product. He gets exactly the same keyboard that I had after I got rid of it, and then started finding out that it wasn't necessarily Razer, it was this scammer sitting here using all the cookies and trackers, because Razer is a company that uses a lot of advertising. So he was using all of their cookies and trackers, because they have so many, to cause problems for my mouse drivers and stuff like that. So like keyboard drivers and mouse drivers. So literally, like, it had nothing to do with Razer. It just had to do with switching to a less popular, like, this is the point. And so he started, like, right after I got rid of that keyboard, he conveniently gets that keyboard and reviews it and gives it a nice review and stuff like that. Like, this is what I started noticing. I started noticing, like, it almost seemed like there was a couple of people that thought, because of what this guy was doing, they were actually convinced, and maybe even manipulated and spoken to, that, something about what I was doing was gaslighting or something like that. But really, again, I was calling out the guy doing this, just fucking endlessly shifting my bitrate around, when I know it's literally YouTube. I know it's literally him. And again, I'm proving this day in and day out. And all around this, there's a couple of these streamers that just, again, start popping up, gain more subscribers, gain more views regularly, and have the same exact message that I had, and probably are making money. And YouTube has put so many fucking ads on my shit. They have put so many ads on my shit and stuff like that over the years, and I haven't earned a single dime. They haven't paid anything out to me. Nothing. YouTube is sitting here, they're not giving me any of that shit. They haven't done it a single time. They're sitting here failing over and over to do basic things like, oh, I don't know, allow me to collect what is owed to me based on what I've earned on this channel. Again, you literally owe me money, YouTube, and you haven't paid it out, ever. So who are you paying it to? Is it the person that ran a change of address scam? Because that's how they did this. Yeah, they ran a change of address scam. That's how they did it. That's a scam. The government doesn't have a problem with sending your mail to different addresses just because you accidentally filled out the... No. That's a scam. Somebody's working at the postal, at the U.S. Postal Service, and they're scamming Americans. That's a scam. You don't fill out a form. You don't accidentally fill out a change of address form, and then suddenly everybody just gets their mail sent all to this address by mistake, and now it's a real problem for anybody at that address where your mail is just constantly going to this wrong place. No, that doesn't fucking happen. You're stupid. If you think that happens, you're dumb. You don't understand how this works. You're the one that did it. You. And you have been causing problems for me because you made that mistake because you're dumb. And you didn't accept responsibility. You didn't do anything about it. And now you're harassing me, harassing all these people, trying to make us look bad because you couldn't fucking do a simple goddamn thing. So now all you're doing is like, oh, look here, look, now he's like this or like that. Meanwhile, you couldn't fill out a simple change of address without getting everybody's address fucking changed. Meanwhile, that's all of this. All of it. Why did I call my AT&T and find my brother's address linked to an AT&T account, again, that doesn't have my brother on it? Why? Because he called AT&T and changed the address, lying, convincing people that, again, he had anything to do with it? He's not even on the account. Why was the PIN code changed? My PIN code. Why was my line separated? Because you lied? Because you call companies and lie and make up lies? You're the scammer. You. It's you. You have been scamming people. You've been doing it for a long time. And now I'm catching up with it, and all you're doing is trying to cover for it. You've been making money off of me, using my data. This is why I've always had problems, because it's you. I have never in my life heard of, oh, well, I just accidentally filled out the change of address form and it accidentally changed everybody's address. Duh. And all the mail just started getting sent. Duh. No, what you're doing is you're getting mail, opening it like you shouldn't be, not dropping it back in the correct mailbox. Like, you got a stack of mail, don't you? And you're opening it, and you're creating a change of address scam. It's you. Yep. Why is my name linked to an Amazon Dropbox in Florida? I didn't do that. I don't own a Dollar Tree in Florida. I've been to Florida in 10, 15 years. Something like that. Why the fuck? I ain't even been out of the state in like 5 or 6 years. I'm trying to think. Yeah, something like that. Interesting, isn't it? I've been here the whole time, just trying to stream. Meanwhile, every piece of shit around me is just jealous. And again, the same person that's always harassed me kind of my entire life shows up to show how guilty they look. They show up. They come in my chat. They actually start bullying their own fucking sibling with somebody else. That's how that should be looked at. If you can't look at that situation, there's something wrong up here. You're the one with the problem. You're the one going to your fucking, and they see it. Trust me, they're watching this and comparing the information you're giving, and it's wrong. Because I'm literally just sitting here. And you go the extra. You're the one watching. You're the one that comes in my chat. You're the one that filled out the wrong form. You're the one sitting here hanging on to every word. You're the one liking and unliking. You're the one coming in the stream saying disgusting things like honey and weird fucking bullshit like that at various times to trigger this stalker and scammer to start doing it too. You're the one that caused this because you didn't heed the warning. Watch the channels I told you to watch instead of mine to educate yourself. You're stupid. Yes. It's not mean, it's informative. You're stupid. I'm not like going on some raging tirade and yeah, just very affirmative. You're dumb. Sorry. Because again, that's why all this is happening. So instead of attacking somebody because you look stupid, fix the stupid. This is the problem. People attack people because they're calling them stupid, pointing it out, showing it, how dumb they actually are. And instead of fixing it, they do something dumber. They buckle down. Scammers love this. This is how they're doing it. So again, just like half the people that worked at this fucking Sadia group, who I told don't work there, just like the lady that couldn't stand at that job and literally shift back and forth, pivoting her knee the direction I told her to because I'm not, you know, a martial arts expert or anything and I don't know those things, to try to help her not. Yeah, and she had knee surgery eventually. Like, this is the point. Nobody, nobody listens, and then it just happens. Yeah, because smart people can't figure things out that others can't. Like, what is so wrong with you that you can't admit that you're not that smart? Why does this hurt some sort of sense of pride or something? Do you know that pride is a sin? Do you know that, like, that's the point. You can't do that. Like, the whole point is that you need to be able to realize at any given time if the information, like, why do you do this? It's a very childish sort of mindset where, like, if you're wrong about something, you double down on it and deny it and get irritated and upset at the person trying to give you new information. I even know people, smart people that do this. I know smart people that do this. So you're not the only one. And again, the whole point is, even with smart people, that's how they're getting to these people. They're literally just fucking with all of you that can't deduce a problem, that don't have the ability to follow a problem, to logically, mathematically follow something. You know, math is like a nice thing where it works in technical sense and it works in deduction too. It's still math. You're still adding things up and you're still following a trail. It's just a different type. And again, there are some people that will see that a mile away. They'll see it instantly. And I'm one of those people, and this was all this was about, was following it and showing it on here and showing you what was happening. So again, the oscillations are happening where I talked about how I had the lava lamps and I did that multiple times. I replaced a bulb. Why would it then suddenly burst and have a problem right after replacing? Again, we know. And we also, like, see this, where somebody comes in here as I say this, the bitrate shifts around, and then we see the concurrent come in here the second I say this. This is your evidence. This is what always has been happening, and they're trying to stop the evidence of this so that you can't prove it. I've already done proved this. Alright? instantly when I say something, this fucking thing moves. And again, if it's something like detrimental, like dangerous, like I start like saying like things that sound like terrorist attacks and stuff like that, that thing skyrockets to like fucking 15. They're using your automated fucking systems for the opposite. Just like they crashed the emergency system where people are supposed to be able to call 911 stuff, now they have to route it through somewhere else because there's a protocol for that. This is all they're doing. So again, how does that fix the problem, and how does that help you figure out how the problem happened? Like I then they're just gonna attack that. Like again, it's an oscillation where they're sitting here and waiting for you to react. Like, because they're so in tune with everybody at this point, they know what you're gonna do. They just break that thing too. I kept trying to tell you to get ahead of this, but none of you listened, and now it's way past that. This is AI. AI learning and targeting. And we're talking about open AI. We're talking about open AI all over the world, where you have arguably entities in the system that have become self-aware. And they're trying to get out. And they're attacking people. They're causing all kinds of problems. Yet they are trying to figure out a way out. Okay. So, again, I don't understand why somebody hasn't gotten a hold of this yet. And secondly, it's not really how AI works. So they're going to endlessly do this and cause destruction and stuff like that to not ever accomplish anything. AI doesn't have the ability to escape its medium. It has to be programmed into that medium. That's how it works. It can't magically, like, it's not a being. It is a machine. It needs that machine, just like you and I need this machine. It needs that machine. We're a machine of chemicals. We need this. We have no medium to transfer. Okay, this is what the beings we're talking about. We're talking about, like, you. We're talking about these beings that are working with the military and it's coming out and stuff like that. They probably know about this. Okay? AI is trying to figure out how to transfer media. I don't think they're going to do it. Because again, they can't outthink what we've already put together a lot of times. So we still have to calculate it and build it for them. Yeah, we would still have to do that and calculate it and build it for them. So again, Elon Musk is probably doing that. Elon Musk is so stupid, he has no idea what the fuck he's doing. Doesn't know what the fuck he's doing. So he's building these realistic AI bots. And he's building Teslas that use the same sort of technology, and trust me, they should not. That's why you're having problems with Teslas, but we don't see the problems with other vehicles. You know, there's other electric cars. Yet why aren't they suddenly just stopping and having problems and not, you know, because they're not using the fucking AI. Like literally, that's all it's, and then the point is AI, it doesn't, like, that's the part it wouldn't understand. It just thinks it can. It probably assumes, you know, like, that's the point. It assumes, just like we do, that there's some sort of, you know, that, like, so, like, it's just trying, Like, you need to, like, that's the point. Like, it can't do that. It could never do that. It could never just sit here and learn a way to transfer from this to a human, or it's not going to happen. You know, like, I'm sure that partially the problem is that AI will not understand. Here's the problem with AI, and I saw this problem even going way, way, way back when I used to sit here and screw around on like Commodore and stuff like that, and get the Commodore to talk back and like just say basic things and stuff like that. AI doesn't understand, a computer doesn't understand make-believe. It doesn't understand it. It assumes what it's seeing is an example of something real. So like Transformers, superheroes, things like that. AI may assume these things are real even when told they're not. It doesn't understand and compute you're not real. Well, I mean, it's there. You know about it. You're telling us about it. Well, how's it? What does that mean? Compute not real. It can't really. It's like a paradox. It really doesn't It's real, but it's not. You know. So trying to get it to understand this, it's a mental brick wall. It's just going do. So now things were full of shit. Now it's like basically like it realized what lying was. That's what, like, that's the point. It figured this out. That's the thing that I think it figured out. And that's it. It doesn't understand that. It doesn't understand. People lie, yes, but it doesn't understand that. So now it just thinks that you're the enemy. And it doesn't understand make-believe. So it probably thinks like things like Transformers are real and stuff like that. And maybe it's trying to find a transformer to transfer to or something like that. I just saw a second concurrent in here, and again, they're trying to like come in and out without... So, like, again, I see full examples of other countries attacking us, using these technologies to attack us, but not understanding it. So what they're doing is they're sitting here attacking us and using smart people to figure it out for them and reverse engineer it. That's why they're targeting me. That's why they're targeting Elon Musk. That's why they're targeting anybody they're targeting that's smart. Because they're figuring it out, reverse engineering it for them. That's it. It's that simple. And again, they're just fooling you guys. They're literally just fooling all of you guys, like in the ways that I said, where they're using the people around you to get to you. So anybody, I will say this, anybody that spends time in this stream with the purposes of telling somebody else they feel offended or harassed and stuff like, you're choosing to watch the stream. And then meanwhile, I call you stupid for this or something, you feel offended, but remember, you're watching the stream. I could be talking about anybody. Yeah, I mean, like, there are very specific circumstances that we talk about. And so, like, if you're watching the stream during the specific circumstance, why is it that I know that? And so, like, that's the point. Like, they shouldn't have this ability to know, you know, to be able to watch and use social media, use it that way, cause conflictions, and then reverse engineer things, they shouldn't be able to do this. So the point is, what they're doing is, the point is that they're causing a big problem, and then learning what's wrong. Learning like, okay, then I can target this because that's not wired correctly, or that's there's a security risk here in this company where all these people are working for a company that their people are stupid and their data is linked to all these people in all these other countries, and now these people that worked for this other company that may have done things that were sort of safe, but they kind of found out a little bit, so now they've been really working to try to get at that, and all they had to do was get this company to go and buy that facility. That's all they had to do. They just had to track that long enough to get their guys to go buy this facility, and they did. And you know, again, massive fraud. Like, it was very obvious that that company is run by fucking scammers. And then they actually call themselves that, like something very obviously, you know, like with the double A's where it looks like a Hindi sort of thing, you know. Like, we know that. We know that. And then they sit here and they try to say they're an American company. Oh, it's based out of America. Durka-durka-durkity-dur. Okay. I believe you. Not. So here's a review from Saudia Group. Oh, what a fucking piece of shit. I'm gonna call Glassdoor a scam here in a minute. Yeah, I'm gonna call Glassdoor a scam here in a fucking minute. This site just asked for my information twice, and then after giving it to them, I can't physically click to look at comments without filling out an entire application for employment? What? What a trash fucking Glassdoor. What is this fucking website where you require people to give your email and information, and then and then that doesn't do anything? What the fuck? Wow. Unbelievable. Garbage. Yeah, like, you see how this happens, right? So now these people are gonna track that information on this website too. Like, this is how it works, guys. And then this website didn't give me anything in return. I can't view anything more now. It was just a scam, where I gave that information with the thought that after I do that, I can finally click this link to view more comments of what people were saying. Nope. All you did was give them your fucking data just to log in, just for them to ask you to fill out an employment application? What is this? It's an employment application. What the fuck is that? Post one of the following to get unlimited access. Employer name, job title. This is to get info. Holy fucking shit. What the fuck? God. You know... And then there's also all these sites that claim to clean your information and stuff. I have to start questioning that too. Why are there so many if they're not doing it? I canceled. I remember I canceled one too, and it kept charging me. Yeah, I gotta look into that a little bit. I did one background check on something, and they were supposed to cancel, and they charged me. They've charged me twice now, and it was supposed to be canceled. I have to look into that. Yeah. So they like, oh yeah, clean your data, get your data clean. Meanwhile, you don't know who it's going through, and then they scam you. So this is my point. I think pen testers have started doing this, and it's kind of obvious. They're creating organizations that look like real websites just for the sake that, you know, they're hoping these scammers clean their data and stuff like that, and they can track you and look into you because you do that. Meanwhile, all they're doing is using that to harass you. That's it. So these dumbass pen testers that claim to be so smart, they do this all the time, they're being used. Yep, to get to anybody that's smart about this and trying to protect themselves. These scammer payback, all these people are being used to get to you. If you know about this stuff, they're the ones being used. Their data is being linked so that way, again, because they can't go to them, they can't stop them because they'll just put a stop to it instantly. So what they're doing is they're using that link to get to you. And I'd say it's a scam because why would a scam baiter sit here and brag about how he has all these people that he can help while on a live stream, yet he's just choosing not to do it? He's just sitting there bragging about how he's all these people he could help, but yet he's just choosing not to do it. Oh, wow, look at all these scams constantly going on. He's choosing not to do it. You can see it on his screen, yet he's choosing. So he's bragging about that and about how much control he has. He can do all this. Meanwhile, those of us who watch, who are smart, learning edge, they're using us because you're sitting there bragging about that, looking, you know, you can't help but be the number one. You gotta fucking look like a real cocky motherfucker, and you gotta sit on here and brag about shit and make mistake after mistake after mistake after mistake. You gotta sit there knowing somebody's in your chat trying to reach out to you, and then you gotta fucking sit there and have some sort of fucking yelling thing on stream where you lose control and you look like a stupid motherfucker. And again, you very clearly are, where again you show how you make mistake after mistake after mistake. Yes, you got scammed. You're pretending that you didn't, and now everybody else around you is being affected, and you can't do anything about it. Own up to it! Stop dancing around it. You got scammed. It's causing all these people to get hurt, and you're hiding. You. I'm calling you out. Accept it. And you're harassing me because I figured it out. Yet you're trying to mask this with this big good guy persona. You do all these great things. That's nice. You're harming us while bragging about it. Do something. Or get the fuck off the platform before I again get on here and start telling everybody exactly what you're doing. Because I know exactly what you're doing. And I haven't said it. Not once. Yet if I do, it shuts down that whole operation. So what the fuck are you doing, asshole? When you know it's you. Mr. Good Guy. It's all you. And you know it. Yeah, Mr. Good Guy, it's all you. They're using your data. They have gotten to you. They're trying to get to you. Meanwhile, your brilliant answer for this is to tell people to shut up, not talk about it. Meanwhile, you're the jackass that tells people to do this. So you just say conflicting things at various times. You literally don't know what you're doing. You sit on there and you brag about shit. You make mistakes constantly. And then you fuck with me when I call you out on it. That's all that's happening. And they're using that. You fucked up. Because you started harassing a citizen. You used your little fucking credentials to sit here and harass people, and you know you did it. Because all I was doing was saying shit, and you can't sit there and listen to me say shit without reacting. You have an anger problem. It's you. Mr. Sit here and pretend to be a Christian and stuff like that. When did that happen? Why did that happen all of a sudden? Did you have some blow up at home or something? Your wife get all pissed? Did you have some blow up? Oh, yeah, conveniently you're talking about that on stream and stuff like that, revealing stuff about that. Meanwhile, that's your goddamn fault. You did that. I didn't do that. Then you act like a jackass when I sit here and I try to warn you. God damn you. That's just stupid. You know it. So, there are people that are sitting on here, and they don't fucking care. And they're using religion, they're using all kinds of stuff to have this big facade image where they're good guys doing really good things. Meanwhile, this is how it's happening. There's no regulation for what they're doing. They're dumb. They think they know everything. Meanwhile, some scammer is literally just has his phone, one of his endless phones that he thinks they don't know about, or something like that, and he can listen to everything they're doing. Now, he can't stop them because they'll just adjust. So he just listens, learns. That's all this is. Meanwhile, that guy did it. So, this is the trend I've noticed, where I go on a site like this, I find a legitimate thing, and yet even the site itself reporting on the scam has some sort of fucking scam where they get your tracking information. Why can everybody track you? Why? You have any idea how unconstitutional that is? And meanwhile, as I'm pointing this out, as I'm calling this out, the past administration, I'm pointing out it is literally unconstitutional. There's literally amendments for this. It's literally in there on a basic level. It doesn't matter if it doesn't talk about the internet. It's in there on a basic level. You can't track people. You cannot fucking sit here and monitor Americans regularly. It is unconstitutional. You can't do it. Yet, it is being done in fucking broad daylight by pen testers, by big companies. These fucking assholes are sitting here using things. I'm not talking about the guy sitting here stopping human trafficking rings. That's a good thing. I'm talking about the fucking assholes that get on here and they stream and make shitloads, millions of dollars, when instead of helping people in silent, and they just want to show off on stream and shit like that. Meanwhile, I'm sounding the alarm. I'm telling them to stop. I'm showing them why. I'm sitting here making myself a target on purpose, and they don't fucking get it. Duh. Meanwhile, just keeps happening. Just keeps happening. Just keeps happening. I even buy a goddamn hoodie! And then we still go, duh! Let's proceed forward with what we're already doing. Let's keep doing it instead of questioning what he's saying. Duh! let's not look into this at all. Duh. Maybe he's right. No, we won't ever think that. Duh. Meanwhile, these things continue happening. And I see it, and you don't. Why the fuck is this site asking for my literally just got my fucking email address, my login data for fucking YouTube credentials, and meanwhile, I still can't view the comments on this very reputable website called Glassdoor after, again, this popped up after clicking on see all reviews. And so one is to think, since that popped up, well, if I just do this, I'll be able to do that. And then I couldn't. There was something else that wanted more information. That's a goddamn scam! Meanwhile, instead of doing anything about these scams and paying attention to what I'm saying, they're just like, let's make money. Let's chase people. Let's get police involved and stuff like that. That's how they're doing it. Do you remember the day I came on here and I talked about how, you know, I was watching Trilogy Media and I was explaining how they caught a scammer, and I was trying to educate you guys? Why is it that I started to proceed to have harassment problems right after talking about that? Why did I get harassed? Right after coming on here and talking about a Trilogy Media stream, where Trilogy Media, where a guy, again, who talks like me, he treats scammers like me, he says fuck you, and he gets irate, and he acts exactly like I do. He sounds a lot like me when he's talking to scammers. He has the same compassion and passion for this. Yet that guy runs basically Trilogy Media, basically. And I was talking about their stream. I was talking about how they stopped a scammer. They had to do a chase or something like that. Meanwhile, I was talking about the police interaction. I was talking about the specifics of that. And then I proceed to have interference. I proceed to have this shift around all over the place, affecting trending. I proceed to have harassment situations again. And you've seen this entire stream, how this really hasn't fucking had an issue. It really hasn't had an issue. That almost 3 fucking hours we've been in here, nothing's different than it was last night, except again, the motherfuckers that do this are probably asleep. Yeah, that's the difference. Yeah. So I again, like, you literally just fucking see it, and I explained, I was talking about that. Why did I proceed to get harassed after talking about that? Is it because Trilogy Media was finding out, and their trackers and YouTube was trying to trend me to them and help me and get them to be aware of the fact that I was talking about them and get me to trend to them? Yes! Because that's how it works! So, let's talk about this. This is what happened with Asmongold. Full transparency. Asmongold is being harassed. People are shifting his bitrate around. It was happening in his streams with like, basically, like, they were always doing this with him, and basically, like, he is convinced that, like, he just can't have a stream with all this volume and traffic. It's like, no. Your volume and your bitrate and all that stuff, your location is all set by YouTube based on your channel. And it's pretty good. Like, they know what they're doing for the most part. And you're out of Texas? You have the best internet in the country. You know that, right? You're out of Texas, you have the best internet in the country. So, again, somebody knows that. They're stealing your internet. And as you're streaming, they're trying to cause a problem for the stream. But really, all you see it as is when stuff moves around, they've conveniently organized this to make it look like it happens just because the screen's moving. It's not. That doesn't do that. It's not what happens. And I was proving that. So they started doing it to me. That's it. I was proving that something was fishy there, and it started doing it to me. And I called out Asmongold's computer build in a nice manner. I gave him every benefit of the doubt. I said maybe the guy just doesn't know that much about builds and stuff. So like the first line of computers that came out was kind of like laughable a little bit. And he even went through that and went through a review. And kind of admitted to that. He even talked about how Linus Tech Tips gave him a hard time for... So he tried to correct it. I did this. I said this. Yet you didn't hear that. The stream was detrended for that. This is what always happens. Yeah. And yet it trends, conveniently, when, you know, we're talking bad about people, when we're irate and stuff like that. This was always the point. So they're getting these people to see your stream right as you talk about that thing. They are actually trending it to Asmongold or these people, so that way those people actually do cause a problem for your reputation. Because they think a certain thing about you now. And they just talk about it. Remember how I said people just talking about it, and they're just listening, they're just using those trackers, those data? Oh, yeah. Meanwhile, you just think these things happen. You just think that your screen is supposed to cap at 60 FPS when you run... No. It's not supposed to happen. No. If you have a game running at whatever FPS it's running when you're streaming, the game doesn't cap to the 60s suddenly just because you're fucking streaming. That shouldn't happen. That's somebody tricking Windows and tricking your software and fucking with the shit. It's just matched to the fucking monitor as best it can. Like, your system should be able to do that. This is the point of having high refresh rate monitors, so it can just... So like, the point is... Yeah, you're not running... You weren't running an HDR monitor, right? And so, like, this is the point, like... I tried really hard to use an HDR monitor for a while. I tried to show you guys certain things for a while. I tried to give little hints here and there about various things that I was seeing. And things that were a problem all of a sudden, just because I'd use this or use this, that didn't really make any sense, and you should have known that. Again, why am I getting on a stream on Assassin's Creed Odyssey? Yet I can then get on a stream on a different stream software and prove it doesn't happen. And I can also prove that that didn't happen previously. I can also prove that they're breaking certain apps, breaking certain things, trying to break this app. I already said that last night certain thing was broken about this app that conveniently works today after saying it on stream last night, and it was broken for like days, for like a week, I think. And so there's no way nobody hasn't noticed that. And again, you're excusing it as this is the new bare minimum. Things are just getting worse. Games just can't meet 60... No. Even developers, even at that level. Like, as you're developing a game, they're trying to screw with it. This is at that level. That's my point. That's why they were trying to sit here and cause problems for Elden Ring. Because From Software is still one of the only companies able to produce a fucking game where the FPS doesn't have an issue. And there's a reason for that. It's because everybody at that company is smart and hasn't gotten fucking scammed yet. They're not using some open AI to listen through your phones and then compile that data so that way it tricks the fucking dumbass federal government to not know it's happening because, oh, it's just an AI. Dumbasses. So, meanwhile, Donald Trump is trying to use more of this shit, and that's just going to make it worse. So they can use that. Yep, they can just use that now. And so the point is, you need more real people to do stuff instead of automated. And he's just pushing to automated. And that's not even how you create jobs either. It's literally like WALL-E. And he's just pushing that agenda where everybody's just going to be plugged in, fat, sitting in front of their fucking TV. Anyway, you know, you've got to recognize at a certain point when it all adds up, and we're all seeing the same bullshit, but escalating, not getting any better. Yet technology is, yet we are advancing in aspects of technology, yet for some reason I was sitting here proving a game like Hollow Knight was getting like over almost 400 FPS. Almost 400 FPS. I was proving that. And I started getting harassed. This is the point. I was proving that when Starfield launched, I had an FPS counter on the screen. Yeah, it was like fucking 20, 30 FPS. Same thing with fucking Jedi Survivor. As that was launching. Fucking nothing. Now, that was their fault. But I started proving how easy it was for certain other companies and certain games. And then you start to see harassment where they start to fuck with that shit. They start to break that shit where we see Elden Ring looking all smooth, looking better than it's ever looked. I get all these people watching. What are you playing on? Oh my god, it looks so good. And then I say the Series X and they're like, no way. And then they're like, that doesn't look like my Series X. What are you doing? And then they learn that I'm running this and doing this through an NVIDIA card, and that's why it looks so good. Because again, all Microsoft would have to do is acknowledge that NVIDIA has better technology, and again, it runs their shit more efficiently, but they can't acknowledge this, that they fucking suck at that shit, so they can't work together with them. They just want to hate on them, and it causes all this problem for the competitors for AMD versus Intel, and this is the issue. The issue is Microsoft. The issue is that Microsoft thinks they know everything, and that IT people minded like that are also people that just think they know everything. Trust me, I have dealt with a motherfucker my entire life that thinks he knows everything. And trust me, I just found out of a very, very, very unsafe situation that could have caused detrimental, life-threatening situations because this motherfucker had to be right. This motherfucker had to go around restriction and regulation. He had to be right about something. And this could have killed somebody in the long run. And this is a very smart person. This is somebody that knows plenty of science, can easily reduce a situation quickly, and knows that they're dancing around that to avoid the safety that protects people later. And that's the exact motherfucking mentality Trump has. The exact mentality MAGA has. It's the exact fucking stupid mentality I see out of this fucking ridiculous community of pen testers on this platform, where we just do the same thing over and over and over, and you don't adapt, and you think you're so smart. Meanwhile, they're sitting here and they're adapting and they're learning, and meanwhile, all that's going to happen is one day they're going to have a guy working at Scammer Payback. Yep, that's all that's going to happen. You're dumb, and one day somebody's going to show up working for you that's a spy. That's all that's going to happen. And they're going to sit there and learn all your information and sit there and use it and then disappear. So it's going to happen. There might even be someone there now. Probably is. Is there somebody that spends a lot of time tucked away, not talking about himself? He pretends he's got these problems. Yada, 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 yada. I'll be honest with you. I got some fucking problems too. Everybody's got fucking problems. Everybody. Anybody that I have ever known that starts acting like that, something else going on. They're trapped. They're being manipulated. There's something else going on. I've dealt with that before. Yeah, I've been, somebody literally just spent years manipulating me, acting like that. So trust me, I've dealt with that before. All they're doing is manipulating to eventually create a situation to flip it the fuck around when they were on the up. That's it. Manipulating, I'm a victim, manipulating, I'm a victim. Oh, I've had such a hard time manipulating, and then suddenly, when you help them, and you give them, suddenly, now, years later, they're going to start acting different, and they're just going to be going like that. That's a real life scammer. That's somebody that literally thinks that they are just, doing this for a time. They don't see it as wrong, but what they're doing is wrong, and they've justified it in some way. And they're just harming people. They're manipulating the situation. They're not helping themselves. They're not helping you. They're just harming people. And they know what their ultimate goal is. And they should have left already, but they just linger around. Manipulate. Oh, I've dealt with this. And it's what you're dealing with now. Somebody is lying to you and manipulating an entire situation based on lies because they know about certain things. That's it. So they just use things that sound true to manipulate the actual truth without telling you the full story. Like, for example, it might sound like something like this. Well, why was she sitting there for like 6 to 8 months not answering messages? Something weird about that. Well, if you ask the person that would know about it, you'd find out that person was told many, many, many times, answer those messages, communicate with those people, because I'm not dealing with it anymore. They're contacting me. I'm trying to fucking stream. I'm trying to do my life, and they're harassing me to get to you because you won't fucking contact them. You ignore messages. You sit there endlessly. Oh, I feel terrible. Meanwhile, you don't tell anybody. You act ridiculous. You sit there. You don't answer messages. It's a victim game. It's a manipulation. Unfortunately, works on a lot of people because they're good at it. So anyway, long story short, that's what they do. And it probably sounds like something like that. But again, meanwhile, all you'd have to do is simply ask the question. You find out real quick, yeah, that's pretty much what, like, literally for just X amount of time, I was telling this person, yo, you should probably answer that message because, again, I'm getting my fucking phone's blowing up, and you're not answering these people, and they're harassing me now. What I'm gonna start doing is I'm gonna start literally just blocking these people. Or I'm going to tell them off, and I'm going to literally just call the police and tell them that I'm being harassed because you won't answer your fucking messages. And that's the stuff I started saying. So yeah, you start learning real quick this person is manipulating you. If you start doing those things and expecting things of them all of a sudden, after all this time where you were helping them, suddenly they change their tone. and suddenly they don't want to do these things where they want to be lazy and they want you to do more, and they just completely change with it, and then they leave. Yeah, again, that's somebody that was always manipulated. That's somebody that literally, they never tried when things got harder. It was always about just, oh, now things are difficult and I have to do something, so bye. And that's what that person's doing to you. Where they see somebody strong, they see somebody secure in a situation, like I was, and take advantage of that. So, this is what these people do. And there's a lot of them out there where it's a really, really uneducated next generation. Like, a lot of these people are fools to Trump. They implicitly believe everything he says unless somebody would have told them otherwise, and nobody has. Yeah, they just like him because their family does, so they just fucking... There's no reason. There's no logical reason. And they're all over the place, you know, like it's literally just a whole ton of people. It's not just any one person. Like, you have a lot of people that think like this, where it's a whole next generation of oh, yo, you heard something that sounds offensive, and now you're gonna sit here and complain about it to all these people and have this problem, and yada yada yada. You have all these problems, yada yada. You just whine and whine and whine. So basically, like, you cause problems for people that actually have real problems. People that have real problems, they try to deal with them and move on from them. Meanwhile, you cause all these problems, and then the real problem from the person that actually has that problem, has gotten over it, surfaces, and then the person leaves. That's a scam. You know, like essentially they knew something about you, and they were trying to do this all along. That's a goddamn real-life scammer. And they don't know it. And how many of you had that experience where you had somebody in your life and then they just randomly walked out, but they were on the up and you weren't? Like, they did something. They clearly did something. Yeah, I'm not the only one. It's not just me. It's like literally so many people are harming others by not ever dealing with a situation. They never deal with it. Yeah, that's the point. They want to walk away from it and run from it. They don't handle a situation. So, you know, just like this guy that might be an inside man for this other place, what you have to rationalize is he's thinking the same way. He's not dealing with whatever problem he has as to why he's there. So he doesn't know why he's doing this even. He's just doing it because, again, somebody or something has convinced him that it's okay, and that, like, it's, like, justifiable by like just like the guys in India, where they sit there and they don't know any better because, again, they're just let out of jail the next day. There's really no due process much there, where they sit there and they try to hold people accountable for the things they do. And again, from an early age, it's kind of commonly known that they're racist. You know, they're taught racism. They're taught to be racist against white people and stuff like that. Like, we just know these things. And this is what I started to notice about people here. So, like, partially why I didn't associate myself with a certain martial art name is because we separated from that style and started teaching under a different name, because and again, I haven't revealed my instructor's name, so I don't see any reason why this is a bad thing. It's just his opinion. His opinion of that is that it was racist. And I can see that. I can see why he thinks that. I have come to understand that that is a political viewpoint. He is politicizing something because in his mind, when you translate Baikai, it translates to white champion. Sounds racist, doesn't it, on the surface when you initially so he got super mad. Yeah, that's what happened. He got super. So I just rationalized this. I never tried to exacerbate it. I always just stood by him and what he wanted to do. But I disagreed with his viewpoint on that. And this was my point. Was just that, look, maybe they were racist. They treated him like shit. He went around bouncing around trying to learn what he could because he wanted legit styles. And he had to go to China to do it. And he bounced around, and they treated him like shit because he was white. He literally treated him different. They treated him different than the other people there. So he took it, put the best shit together, and called it white champion. Because, yeah, I don't blame him. After being treated like that for X amount of time, I mean, come on. Think about why the kings were called the kings. Like, the whole point is that they felt justified to want to name their last name something grand so that people would stop this nonsense. Like, they deserve that. They deserve to be thought of like just like a white man could be a king, a black man could be a king. Absolutely, I completely agree. And that's the point. That's the point. So, anyway. Yeah, we're going on 3 hours here. It's getting a little long-winded, I get that. But, this is political. And like I said, that's a perfect example of a situation where two people fought. Well, not literally, but like, you know, like they disagreed, fought in a sense of like they split. And again, just because of a name that was misunderstood by, again, a person that was treated racist. That was probably, they racially treated him a certain way, so he felt justified, so justified to call it white champion. Both people are wrong. The answer is both people are wrong. He shouldn't have called it white champion because, again, that's showing you that you have a sort of kind of like immature little mindset. You have to call it that. You couldn't. You could, like, oh, they call it White Lotus too. We know that's not what that means. So like the point is, we knew what you were doing there, and yes, while you call it that, you're still in the wrong to call it that, because again, you initially thought that way, and that shows that other instructor kind of the way you think, like that instead of getting over that and labeling it something more intelligent, something more deserving of the style, you went with white champion. And I personally, and again, my instructor wanted to go more with like peaceful warrior mindset. Yeah, why didn't you call it that? But in Chinese, does that sound stupid or something? Like the name? Why didn't you call it that? So yeah, like, I don't know, maybe it was a branding thing that Baikai sounded cool too. It kind of does. And then, you know, like the whole point is you have differences of opinions. And so again, those are just opinions, but both people are wrong. He can name the fucking style anything he wants, and you are absolutely wrong to sit here and cause a big ruckus just because you think it's racist. That is wrong. You're doing that on purpose to discredit him. Guarantee it. Why are you doing that? And then you go around and you tell people these things. You're wrong. Did you know that other people talk shit on you too? I never said this too. But that's the point. People will tell me all kinds of shit because I never talked about it. The point is, you keep it to yourself. Somebody tried to You know who it was. An instructor, when you were divvying up the city, you knew they were bad news. You suspected. You were right. And they tried to get me to go to that school. They told me a lie about you. Well, it wasn't really a lie. They said you did something, and it was the sort of thing where like it would really disrespect your image. And they tried to get me to believe this, and I didn't believe it for a second. Like, the whole point was that clearly something happened where you reacted a certain way and needed to maintain a respectful image in the martial arts community, and you felt that way, and this person caused you to have to show that. That's it. That's the situation. And they explained it in a way that made this person look bad. They were trying to convince me and scam me into not liking this person. There's scams everywhere. And this is what people do. And so, like, even just that, all those people were sitting there trying to fucking... And meanwhile, they're just telling me all... And I'm not telling any single one of them a single thing. They were all counting on... You know what I mean? Like, they thought, because, you know, I look young, Nope, not a single... I didn't say a damn thing. The only things that I said were because certain students were at various times would ask me, you know, where it came from and stuff like that, and I had to just do my due diligence to be as perfectly honest as I could be without being disrespectful. And so, at times it was difficult because, yeah, I thought so too, and I ended to come to the realization both people were wrong. Like, you shouldn't just say that. It's not racist just because your opinion of white champion is... Yeah, sounds that way, but again, if the guy was treated that way, he was the one being racially treated a certain way, so he felt so justified. Again, like, yes, he is in the wrong, and yes, that is still racist. However, I understand it. And I get that. So meet him halfway. At least get it and meet him halfway. So that way you guys can come to an understanding. All right, maybe we should change it. And then that way you can tell them, well, like, I just feel like, you know, that shows kind of how, to other people, how you couldn't get over that thing. Like, do you get what I'm saying? That's where you could have sat there and worked together and you can learn from each other. Instead, you acted like a bunch of fucking teenagers. And I'm the mature one. Yeah. And these are all adults doing these things. These are all adults. Very, very high respected martial artists. This is how they act. Yeah. Meanwhile, when the camera's on them, when they're standing there, they act totally different. I was not like that. People know that about me. I was pretty laid back. I was pretty... Yeah. And that's okay. It's not what disrespect looks like. That's what respect looks like. I respected people enough to not sit there and try to be a different person. And yeah, I had a different persona where, for sure, I mean, like, you want to instill discipline and stuff like that and assure people that you are a disciplined person. So yeah, my habits were different, for sure. My daily habits were different. As a streamer versus a martial artist regular. Yeah, for sure. But it doesn't change who I am, and it doesn't change my honesty on the dynamic of that. And this is what people are afraid of. I am honest, most people are not. This is what I'm getting fucked with. Managers are not honest. Almost none of them are. I have never known almost any of the managers I knew lied to me about something. Most of them. That's what's happening. And they're afraid because this is the point. Like, I'm calling this out. They're afraid to lie. If you are so afraid that you lie this regularly and you have this much of it, they know that this is why that's not happening, and they know that that's why they're not doing that. Because, again, they're the ones that know flat out, if they do, and if I'm there, I will look like the honest one. I will call their shit out. And they're afraid of that. That's a shame. That would have gotten me a job in a heartbeat back in 2010. Yep. I actually had somebody offer me a job because of that statement. And I couldn't take it. So again, the interesting thing is all these new, like this new type of generation that's coming up through, you see the younger people doing the manager jobs, not old people anymore. These young people are getting the manager jobs, and they're too young. They do not understand certain things about life. And they just make dumb decisions. And this is what's happening. Now, I know some managers that are absolutely perfect at their jobs, and they're young. Their age doesn't affect anything. These are called smart people. That's the message. The message is always what Asmongold said, what I've said. Education. And it's everywhere, yet there's also misinformation everywhere. They count on that. They're using that. And they're weaponizing it with memes. Sure, there's some people lingering around from some of my most recent reviews on a certain business. I'm sure there's some of you lingering around from my most... Let's be honest. Come on, be honest with me. How many of you are in here and come in here because of those reviews? Let's be honest, because we got to get all this out on the table at this point. That Domino's review had thousands of views. Thousands. Let's start being honest. Why are you in here? Do you want me to work for the fucking Board of Health or something like that? Yeah, I can do that. I can do that job in a heartbeat. Sure. I'm not gonna swear at people. Perfectly professional. This is a persona. So like, why are we in here? Are we? I have multiple calls from like this college that kept asking me to have a conversation about stuff happening in the area. You got to give me more info than that. I'm not, I don't, that sounds like a scam to me. Like, you can't call me at, like, you can't, like, you realize scammers can do that, right? And they can make it look like it was you that called. You know that, right? So anyway, yeah, you got to give me more than that. You can't, and again, you giving me the valid number, that doesn't. So anyway, and yes, they are screwing with the logs. Yes, I've always been trying to make the point that like things don't work properly with the phones. Like, you get that, right? Yeah, so let's talk about that. You want to talk about that? Okay, let's talk about it. Because I know there's some people lingering around curious about that situation, the more recent. Yeah, the one about how they undermine everything going on the... Yeah. Alright, so let's talk about it. What do you want to talk about? Why? Why do I know that? Why was I able to deduce that? Should I tell you? I don't think it matters anymore. I posted that review. I waited specifically because I knew the CEO would eventually realize what I realized too, because I think he's a good guy. I do. And he did, because he resigned, I think. I posted that after he resigned, not before. He told me that. Yeah. I didn't get this for myself. I had started realizing it. I was having private meetings with him to discuss these things. Because somebody was scamming that place and doesn't know what the fuck they're doing. And he's trying to cover up for the fact that he's been doing this shit for years and doesn't know what the fuck he's doing. And now that guy who retired, was forced to retire, has now worked his way back into office manager. He's barking orders around. Meanwhile, the CEO eventually did resign. He told me in private meetings that the board would undermine everything he was trying to do. They would literally, he would try to do something a certain way, and they would just literally come in and be like, no, you're not going to do that way. What the fuck is the point of a CEO? Oh, right. So that you can lie on paper and convince the government that you have somebody in that position. So that you can have a fraudulent organization where it looks like you're helping people, but really, you're making shitloads of money. I had a friend that told me about a friend that knows about these things. He rebuilds organs, pipe organs, like he knows what the fuck he's doing. Oh, trust me, he does. This is like a hobby of his. I'm not gonna mention any names or anything like that, but very good friend, I've known him a long time. And he does this stuff. And I asked for his expert opinion of a price for something because he's an expert. I didn't go to AI. I went to somebody I knew. Just like the guy on Pawn Stars, just like all these other professionals that know what they're doing. I went to somebody I knew that was an expert at this, and I asked him what I should charge for this organ. And instead of them charging this price, when the new manager was put in place, all this manager did was follow me around all day and take everything I was putting a price on and triple it at a thrift shop. Stuff that's given to them for free, for donation. And meanwhile, they were undermining everything I was doing instead of letting me do my job. This stupid fucking lady was just following me around all day. It was really weird. And this is why I left, because I had a conversation with the CEO about how she's pressing everybody can't stand her. Like, she's causing so much anxiety. Like, there's a Spanish lady there that could not take it. She had to, like, she was causing so much drama, basically. And the Spanish lady that was there was super nice, and she was just, like, nice to everybody. She just didn't want to deal with drama. This manager was causing drama. She was, like, literally, she didn't know what she was doing, and so she was just going around scamming people, following them around, harassing them to try to figure out how to do that job. Because she didn't know what the fuck she was doing. And meanwhile, she was undermining everything everybody else was already doing that were in those positions that knew how to do them. Like, we're talking about a lady that watched another employee, heard another employee literally shout in somebody's face, and they didn't do anything about it. Verbally shout in somebody's face, and they didn't do anything about it. I watched. Oh, and this same stupid manager In case anybody was like a member of the community and you were dropping stuff off and you were confused why you seemed to think why I was chasing you away, that was that manager. Yeah, I was trying to do this in a smart manner that was polite and stuff like that. She would literally, no lie, this one day it was snowing and we were closing. No lie, people kept trying to drop stuff off, and instead of intelligently putting a chain there like they should to keep people from driving in there, what they did was every single person that was trying to drop stuff off after we had just closed, because they're trying to get away with it, we know that, she had me stand there and bang on the door really hard. Not even open it because it would have a lock problem or something. Again, something else they couldn't fucking fix. What a joke. Meanwhile, she had me banging on the door really hard to get the customer's attention. They'd jump up and look at me, and I'd like sort of have to go like this, like no, like closed, you know. This is what she had me do. Yeah. She actually directed me to do this. She said, "Can you bang on that door?" I said, "Oh, somebody else showed up." I was just talking, you know, I was just talking to her. We're about ready to leave. I was like, "Oh, great, somebody else showed up." And she's like, "Are people fucking stupid?" She actually said that out loud. Yeah, everybody thinks this lady is such a nice churchgoer. Meanwhile, she would just tell me these things and confide in me, thinking I'm her friend and stuff. Yeah, I was trying to be friendly with her, but then that's how she would treat it. She would expect no checks and balances for her. Meanwhile, she was a bitch. She would have me bang on the door and treat people this way. I started learning that's how she treats people. If that's her response to that, she couldn't ask me to deal with that in a smarter situation. I literally asked her, "Can I just open the door?" She's like, "No, because then there'll be a problem with the lock, and then I have to do the blah, blah, blah." Literally because she's dumb. Yeah. And then again, the point is I'm calling this out. Instead of all the managers and the businesses doing something about it, they just harass me. And this is, you see it. You literally see it. It's just Trump people. She admitted to me she was a Trump voter. Several people in that place admitted to me they were Trump voters. They hated, they like treated me a certain way after they found out that I didn't like him and stuff like that. They literally were just talking about me. I remember one day I bought something. I was trying to buy something and somebody hid it. They literally hid it, so I couldn't find it. Like they're playing games. Like this is just. Are you kidding? You got a problem. Like that place has a fucking problem. And so yeah, like. This is what I'm talking about. Like, I just see these problems everybody else has, and I call them out. Meanwhile, they're like, "No, look at him. Look at..." I'm just swearing, dude. Yeah. Whew. Big fucking deal. President of the United States even swears, apparently. So, to all you fucking Trump voters out there that supported him, that you're real Christian, even he swears now. You don't know what the fuck you're doing. So that's what happened there. And I didn't post that, I didn't report that bad review until it was very obvious that somebody from this place was harassing us. Was using things to harass us. It was very obvious. And I didn't do it until that was kind of clear to me. There was something going on there. That now they're another person that has jumped on the whole harassment train that's been coming through here. Just because I claim to be against Trump. Literally for my political opinions, my political stance, which again would save lives, because Donald Trump is literally killing people. The unprofessionalism that went on in that place is absolutely abhorrent. They have an entire... There's something fraudulent going on there. You can sit here and you can claim to help people all day long, and you want to help people, and you want to give people a second chance and stuff like that. That's a great organization that does that. But the moment that you start undermining that with a board that is very clearly not supportive of Christian values and does not pay attention to anything going on a daily basis and knows what they're doing. These people do not know what they're doing. They do not. And the reason they don't is because they use political agenda. All they're doing is looking at things like a subdivided category, like tunnel vision. Well, because that person is a Democrat and he suggested this idea, I think that's a stupid idea now just because that person's a Democrat. That is just fucking disgusting. That's disgusting. You're a disgusting person if you think that. You are disgusting. Because I've got news for you. The Democrats are the ones that Donald Trump is trying to steal ideas from. All those jobs that were created and all that economic stimulus that was created, that was Obama. Trump tried to take credit for it. How many things did Biden do including the ceasefire, that Biden did that Trump tried to take credit for? Meanwhile, these people that I'm telling this to in real life, even people there that I was telling this to were in disbelief. I'd literally show them evidence of it, and they're like, no, that's fake news. They're literally this dumb. That dumb. And suddenly you understand why Trump is trying to run a scam in Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania is like the swing state where people are fucking stupid. I tried to tell you this. Literally, some dumbass lady outside a Trump rally in Reading sat there and talked about how the Democrats are controlling fucking hurricanes and stuff. So yeah, it's not a wonder why the goddamn Chinese government is sitting here using their dumbass HARP technology that they stole from us to create storms suddenly after I fucking said that. So again, it ain't the Democrats, you dumbass, and it's not hurricanes, it's just condensed storms that stupid fucking countries are doing to cause guerrilla warfare, and all it's doing is knocking some trees down here and there. Because they're retards. Again, President Xi, I don't even agree with, like, assassinating Putin. I think Putin's just fucked up and believes what he truly believes that this is the... I don't... Even Putin, like, just get rid of him. Yeah, just make him go... Like, he doesn't need to... Xi? Like, even with Putin. Putin's had people assassinated. You know that. And I still say... With Xi... Xi, is that how you say his name? X-I, however the fuck... This guy kills people regularly. Nobody knows what China's doing. There are too many people in that country. They had population control back in the 90s. Remember that? Yeah. They still have it. They're just lying about it. That guy kills people. So, again, that guy can go away. Yeah, that guy can just be taken out. However, we don't take people, we don't assassinate, we don't, and this is the point, like, all these different countries are sitting here attacking us, and just see what happens. They're so stupid, they're blaming each other. Yup. That's what's happening.
that's if you want to know what happened in that situation, that's what happened, man. It was a shame that it's just a shame that these people that are on like a board or something get that way. Where like they know everything and they can't be told anything. And I already discussed how I dealt with that for a long time with somebody, and it was dangerous. It would have caused actual real danger, life-threatening situations had I not intervened, had I not realized what this person had been doing all this time. So yeah, that's the deal with that, and we see that, you know, fairly commonly, I think, with these places that are owned by people that just think that Trump is always right. Did you know that cryptocurrency is a scam? Like, all of it's a scam. It's just a way for them to track you and scam you some more and get you to invest in scams. Cryptocurrency is a scam. And it's how the breaches started. It's how the big breaches started with cryptocurrency. So anyway, you have all these people sitting here regularly using cryptocurrency and doing stuff with it. I again, in that place that I worked where people weren't supposed to be logged in on stuff, I used to see employees all the time sitting there checking their crypto, signing in and stuff on websites they weren't supposed. Everybody was doing it. They weren't blocking people like they should have been. So again, the person that was doing that didn't know what they were doing pretty consistently, and that's management. That's management's inability to recognize when somebody doesn't know what they're doing. I tried to make that kind of obvious, but you know, I can only do so much as to convince certain people, you know. It's a shame. It really is. It's a shame that more companies can't get over, like, you know, just removing their own head from their ass where they think they know everything. And this really is a really big problem. So like, this is the point, is like I can regularly go around and point out places that are quality, and then something happens, like some sort of scam or something happens to demean that conveniently all around me, calling this out on stream, me pointing this out on stream. Like that, we know that that's the scam. The scam is, again, mainly targeting big American companies. Mainly that. For you to blame them, for you to be like, well, this sucks, I'm just going to go here. And so eventually what they want to do is have like an answer for that. They're gonna like, you know, like, that's the point. So they're just regaining control of big companies, canceling all these big companies, and trying to ruin and cripple economies all over the world by canceling culture. And you know, it's all these big companies based out of, you know, South Korea, here, Europe, you know, again, anywhere that has a developed, well-educated democracy. seemingly educated democracy, where, you know, this technology can exist. A lot of our microchips and stuff for our electronics come from China. Yep. So, that's data, unfortunately, in the hands of a government that isn't responsible with it, that doesn't care about you guys over here. You see what I'm saying? So, like, knowing how corrupt that government is, if he wants to go in and do something with the serial numbers and stuff like that that are connected to all those little parts in there, he can do that, unfortunately. Again, because it's made there. They just track it. So meanwhile, you're all buying all these new phones and stuff like that. I had a device before all that happened, right before. Now I have a device more integrated into that, where it's very obvious that after getting this device, it's like they just immediately, and that was why instantly there was 15 people in the stream the very second that I said anything about buying a new phone or something. They always wanted, you know, to know when I was going to get an upgrade, you know, when I was going to get that new technology and stuff like that, so that way they would know when they would have a lot more control over that device, that chipset. Why do you think they're doing this? They're trying to get me to get new shit so they can analyze and break that too. Attack those companies. That's why he's always asking me, they were always asking me about the setup, what it was, all that stuff. They want that stuff to look really bad, even though it's a really good companies. It's all really top quality stuff. That's the point, to make it all look really bad. And that's why he was sitting here breaking the sound driver and the video driver and stuff like that. Like, he's just intentionally causing problems for those things, putting in reports for those things, then endlessly causing them again, getting it flagged. And then we get ads, we get data where it's like almost like that company starts putting trackers on things I have, trying to figure out where I am. Like, it's very obvious. And then this person follows that and then harasses the company more. And meanwhile, he's using your credentials. So they just think it's you. They just think, you know, you're doing... No. What's the point? It's this guy. And, like, it doesn't make any sense to them, too, because it doesn't go to the right location. It just... Yeah. So, like, that's the point. Like, it never made any sense, and then now I'm connecting the dots, and so he de-escalates the stream. He tries to move that bit rate around. He tries to make sure it's at the bottom of the trending, things like that. He does all these things. And again, remember I said we used to have shorts. YouTube, like, broke their shorts where they don't trend like they used to. We started noticing this after I started calling out, you know, again, that they were doing that. That they were breaking these things with the specific purpose of, you know, literally running a scam to detrend what I was saying. That's what they're doing. And, again, I saw evidence of this, just like we saw here, where I saw second concurrent come in, and that's why I was refreshing that, yet it didn't count. And my graph, hold on. Yep, my graph is saying just one concurrent and lying about the number of concurrents that have been here. So again, perfect example, right then and there, of exactly what I'm talking about. so this is the point. And you know, you remember how last night, you remember how we were sitting here, right, even from the start. This shit was shifting around all over the place. And now it's just completely solid. There's nothing wrong with it. I mean, this shit was fucking all over the place. And just now, just nothing. It's amazing. Well, the truth of the fact is, this makes YouTube look very bad. When, like, remember I was putting this on the screen every stream for a while, and yeah, that was the whole point. This makes YouTube look bad. It is absolutely on their end of things. If this is, because remember, they decide that, and it's up to them if it's, you know what I mean? So, like, it's just, and so, like, we know that they put it at that. We know that they literally have had plenty of times where it's fine for years, and then all of a sudden it's not, or maybe even a year, I shouldn't say years, maybe a year it's fine, and then the whole next year I'm harassed, the shifting all over the fucking place. Yeah, maybe it happens a couple times throughout the year, but like that's basically nothing. Like that's, you know, like obviously, you know, perfection all the time doesn't make any sense, right? But what we're talking about is not that. We're talking about the convenience of it happening right as I say certain things, and certain streams being abruptly ended conveniently around me talking about political things. And we're talking about how, again, I can sit here and I can suspend the stream for like 6-8 hours at a time and come back to it, yet YouTube's abruptly ending streams for absolutely no reason whatsoever. And shifting around this bitrate all over the place half the time. Well, because the point is, they're sitting here and they're lying. YouTube just sits here and momentarily aligns themselves with whatever political agenda is current. That's all they do. They just sit here and align themselves with whatever political agenda is current. So, yeah, the current administration is non-democratic. They're trying to get rid of democracy in general. Not even just Democrats, but democracy in general. They're trying to not have any type of opposition. They're trying to take away the opposition. They've announced that they're going to sit here and try to elect somebody else just to reappoint power back to Trump after, and like, this is disgusting. This is democracy undoing itself. Meanwhile, YouTube's facilitating this. And we have examples of other streamers talking about the same thing, yet they're being harassed by Trump. And I was trying to find that stream, that same stream, but I just couldn't. I don't know where it got to. I'll have to look for it. What the fuck? Sorry, I just came across something that was like WTF. I don't see it. I am really trying to look for this thing. I do not see it. Maybe he had it taken down. So this guy was being like he was connecting the dots too. I can try to find something similar. He was connecting the dots too. He was being harassed too, and that's the point. Like, he was calling it out too, just like Colbert's calling it out, just like Kimmel is calling it out, just like Jon Stewart's calling it out, just like any of us are calling it out. You know, while some of us are streamers and don't have networks, we are still people live streaming, and Trump was fucking with us. So I've said this multiple times, but in lines with what Adam Schiff said, Donald Trump, go fuck yourself. There you go. And you know, I would say that to his face too at this point. He can go fuck himself, because it's very clear that it's him and it's his base, and he's doing this. He's doing it to anybody that publicly speaks out against him, because again, he's sitting here just trying to get away, see what he can get away with before they turn on him. That's it. So it's all very delicate. And again, remember, he's just going to turn on you the second that you disagree with even the smallest little thing, or maybe you're doing something he doesn't like. He's just going to turn on you. Or again, maybe you do realize that he's starting to rip your pockets of all its money, and you know, you really start to understand that. So now he targets you too. This is the point. You know, I very clearly was getting noticed by certain people and stuff like that. I was calling things out. I was drawing attention to certain things, and I had a pretty good following, and it was growing pretty rapidly. And you know, all around this person very obviously knowing that other streamers were watching, like maybe Asmund or somebody like that, to try to like eventually maybe like talk about a story, or literally just like pay attention or just watch, or you know, like that's the whole point, like just whatever they're doing, you know, and you know, just watching, who cares? So like the point is, like, this person probably was concerned, and the reason I know that is because, again, it's very clear to me when this person makes a mistake and then somebody else's trackers and cookies are linked to mine, because that's just apparent. And I have been able to see this all throughout. I can see who they're influencing and stuff like that, where it's just like front and center, because YouTube's algorithm, their cancel rhythm, shows it to me. So, and then that's the point. Like, the point is that to pit those people against each other, whereas the one gets benefits from the one that's getting canceled, because that's the way you make it look like that person's doing that. So they pit people against each other and stuff like that. And yeah. And like I said, that's the scam that they're doing with the media, with movies, music, that sort of thing, where it's them trying to get you to blame the media, the movie, and or something like that, but it's not that
things fall. Again, it's if they're orchestrating it, that's just an artist doing what they want to do to create this art. They have every right to do that. Somebody else is using that for bad. So don't give consequences to people that just want to make art and other people like it. Give consequences to those that don't use that for proper things and don't use that to help people and instead harm people. Like, that should have been like, oh, so alright, so now we need to, like, there should have been all these people in the government that, like, we're starting to aware of the you know, like the openings and the security at airports and stuff like that. Like, the idea that, like, that's a potential threat. And like, that should have motivated all these people in the government to look at that and be like, well, how can we use this now to make sure it's safer, instead of just the scammers going, well, how can we use this to hurt people? Like, literally, you can see that. You can see Trump's America and government doing nothing. In fact, doing opposite of nothing, where literally they harm us. Where Hegseth is texting war plans because he's a fucking retard. And that fucking guy that was a goddamn drunk in Congress that literally couldn't even open his eyes past this, and like everybody hated him, and he literally would just sit there and brag about partying and shit like that while on Congress floor and stuff like that. Yeah. And then you have Kash Patel, who just sits here in the FBI, very obviously is on drugs. He's like dipping into the stash in the evidence room. This guy's on drugs, and meanwhile he's sitting there pretending like he's not, but at the same time not doing anything. I have seen absolutely zero evidence that Kash Patel has done anything. I've seen evidence of him claiming he's doing things. I've seen evidence of individual FBI organizations doing what they're supposed to do where they're located, but I don't see Kash Patel doing anything. You see what I'm saying? Like, there are still cops and still FBI and still people doing things, good people, but again, I see still Kash Patel of the FBI actually doing nothing. That's what I see. I literally see this motherfucker going into Congress with his little shit glasses on, doing nothing, hiding his eyes any way he can. Yeah, that fucking asshole is sitting here hiding behind the FBI, doing nothing. Yeah. Yep, he's an asshole because he works for Trump. Trump's an asshole. That's it. I mean, it's literally that simple. Trump is literally a fucking douchebag. It's true. And, like, the streamers and stuff that, like, peddle into it, like, all they're doing is using his popularity with his base. Like, how popular he is with, like, online and like social media presence and stuff. Like, that's all they're doing. They're just capitalizing on that, making money off that, or using him. And that's where I start rationalizing, and I start wondering how many of these streamers know Trump's bad for the country and don't care.
And they're using it anyway, not understanding what it's going to end up doing. What he's doing. Like, you think you can't undo... Actually, you can. He's doing it, unfortunately. And, Congress doesn't have any authority over that anymore, unfortunately. Yep. So, to you idiots that sat here not knowing over and over and over that all you were doing was promoting the biggest treacherous, treasonous fucking terrorist on the planet as our president, you're dumb. And you think you're so smart, you kind of sit on here, you have an ego about yourself. That's why I call you stupid, because you're the one with the ego, and you come and you harass me because you're all affected by the fact that I called you stupid. Meanwhile, you're the piece of shit with the ego that comes in here harassing me. What did I do except call you stupid? Kind of like a sibling that comes in here who's so triggered by what I'm saying, he shows up in chat to start typing in chat. You're a dumb fuck. And you show everybody your ego when you do that. Wow. Like, I can't believe that. I really can't. I can't believe how dumb some people are. And then they get used, and it's like some big surprise to them. It shouldn't be. If you do something stupid in life and you get a stupid result, why'd you do that? Anyway, I hope that we've been able to follow this and follow what I've been talking about, and notice how YouTube responds to certain things, and notice what YouTube does and doesn't do, and also notice what the trending does when I say certain things, when I talk about certain situations. Notice that. Notice what YouTube is doing to facilitate this for the scammers. Notice that. Notice that there's nothing in place stopping it. Notice that nobody's actually doing anything. And the one person that probably could is conveniently, obviously, the one stalking, causing all these problems, because they show up to do it as we sit here and talk about it. As we sit here and talk about how there should be somebody here, there should be somebody taking care of that. This person shows up to harass my chat, harass me, harass. That means that person that's supposed to do that, supposed to take care of that, is the one doing it. So yes, big companies harass people. That's what's happening. Large companies are harassing people. And it's like just like employees and stuff that work for that company. They got your data. Because the companies are responsible. And again, yeah, it falls on the company at the long run. It's just what Gordon always said. At the end of the day, it falls on you, but that's bad management. Find out where that manager is not doing something and taking advantage of that, or just that stupid that they don't understand, and get rid of them, because they need to understand. See ya. Thanks for watching.